Hello and welcome everyone to episode 173 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known across the internet and around the world as Look Out Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I take it upon myself to introduce good old Phil. How you doing, pal? How's life treating you?
Well, I'm down with a cold, but I'm well on my way to recovery, or being entombed in a Necron body. Maybe is what should happen. But yeah, good. Things are looking up, basically.
Things are looking up. The Necron body is not necessary at this time, but could be a potential future option.
Exactly. If it gets worse, that's what I'll do. I'll do the transference to make it happen.
However, though, just to sort of like throw out the existential element of it, if it was that your mind was transferred into some kind of artificial entity, say that like your conscious was downloaded into a computer, would that be you living on, or would you just be dead and then what's left is obviously the simulation of itself?
Oh, that's a Black Mirror episode for sure. Could be either, to be honest. And, you know, that's not what we're here to talk about. So let's just gloss over it with a maybe.
Maybe. Instead, what are we going to talk about, Phil?
We are talking about the much more 40k related topics. We're looking at the LVO previews, the miniature reveals. It was a couple of weeks ago now. And
I mean, that was forever ago, Phil. Why are we so out of date?
4 weeks. Because we had too much to talk about last episode, so we're finally getting around to it now. Yay! Because we like talking about miniatures. And we're also talking about Meta Watch / the balance update, what that means for the state of the game for 40k, and a general 40k ramble like we like to have.
Absolutely. We love a ramble, but not nearly as much as we love a 5-star review.
Well, howdy, partner. These boys keep joshing us about with all their chitter-chatter about little plastic figurines. They've asked me to do this jingle for them. I don't know what they're talking about half the time. But anyway, now it's time for that 5-star review. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the show. And let's all pray that it doesn't go on as long as it did last week. Yeehaw!
All right, Phil. This week's 5-star review comes from where? I'm going to give you a clue, Phil. It's the same place it's been 2 weeks in a row.
God, where? 2 weeks in a row.
I know. Madness, isn't it? But that is what's happened.
I genuinely can't remember where. I'm going to say... Oh, wait.
That's why I like throwing it out there.
Apple Podcast of the Great Britons.
Way! I mean, you had a slight hint there. But
ding, ding, ding. That's what you need. You got to throw me those, you know, low-hanging fruit for me to catch. That's what I need sometimes.
That's it. I'm always happy to try and help where I can, Phil. You know, it's early on in the year. I want to try and at least build up some momentum, as it were.
Pump up those numbers.
But yeah, no, we've got a so magnanimous. Anyway, this 5-star review comes by way of Macaroni Face. Good old Macaroni Face. What might you imagine the shape of the Macaroni Face might be? I suppose it'd be a face, I guess.
Well, it's either one macaroni piece with a face on it, or something a bit more Mighty Boosh, where it is like the face with a ton of macaroni on it, a bit like the moon, which is the more terrifying option, I think.
I mean, there are multiple scary variables that could have come to pass in this instance, but whatever it is, we'll have to leave it up to our wildest imagination because, unfortunately, there is no photographs accompanying this particular 5-star review. But there are words, and we'll get to them after we talk about, the usual mix of shilling moments. Moments like promoting the fact that if you would like to appear here in the 5-star review segment, all you need to do is leave us a 5-star review in the places where 5-star reviews can be left. At the moment, we believe that to be places like iTunes or Apple Podcasts, more specifically. Additionally, you can leave reviews on our Facebook page and other platforms are also available. Audible, for example, you could leave us a 5-star review there, and we're obviously encouraging you to do so and have done so now. So, why not consider leaving a 5-star review? And like Macaroni Face, you too could appear here in this, the 5-star review segment. Wouldn't that be swell? The only thing potentially better than a 5-star review, though, is considering supporting us on Patreon. Again, we are always hopeful that you enjoy our content and ultimately enjoy the podcast enough that you tune in and listen on a regular basis. Ultimately, that is adequate for us. But if you do have a couple of quid that you want to chuck our way, again, our Patreon links are in the description below. And we love and appreciate all of our patrons. We're trying to do and are doing additional content here and there. A few bits and pieces in the works for that at the moment. So if you'd like to see and experience all of that fun, head on over to Patreon, chuck us a couple of quid, and you'll get access to a relatively limited but lovingly produced selection of additional content, which would be swell. And then lastly, we have merchandise. Again, the merchandise we have is pretty consistent, I suppose. Phil still hasn't gone around to refreshing that yet, but it is available. What there is very much still there, so you can head on over to the links in the description below and maybe pick up some merchandise. But with all of that said and out of the way, let's review the 5-star review from Dear Macaroni Face. And it reads, one-stop shop for all the Warhammer news you need. 5 stars. Entertaining for long drives and lonely work shifts. Keep it up, guys. Scott, we can only assume being Macaroni Face. A short, succinct, but ultimately pleasant review. Thank you very much, Macaroni Face, for leaving us that review. It means the world to us that you would take time out of your day to place a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts of Great Britain and then say such kind words, even in the briefest of moments. It is hugely appreciated. And to elaborate on that in greater detail, it can only be Philip.
Thank you, Macaroni Face, for your lovely, short and succinct, kind words. Short and sweet, much like a macaroni face, I imagine. So thanks very much. Glad you're checking into the episode. Hope you're still alive and well, depending on how long this was done. Hope you're listening now. So thanks very much.
Indeed. We do honestly hope that you are continuing to exist and are, by extension, enjoying the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Lookout Sir. But appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, all of you. You're all wonderful. Now let's get on with it. Transitional noise. Hey everyone, in this part of the podcast, me and Phil are going to talk about the LVO reveals, not the LVO itself, although perhaps Phil has some insights and wisdom he wants to share on that particularly. Did you watch any of the coverage of the LVO, Phil, beyond the reveals?
Yes, I watched a tiny bit of one of the streams, and that was it. And
fair.
Yeah, they looked like they were well produced, but I had no interest in really watching them, so I didn't.
Fair. Have you ever enjoyed a competitive stream of Warhammer 40,000 in the term of a competitive game of Warhammer 40,000 streamed?
I've watched a few back in my time. I've watched previous LVOs. My favourite ones are the spicy ones where someone's been accused of cheating. So you watch the bit in question where someone used a water bottle to nudge some units along, or most of the time accidentally did something and not deliberate. But it's, those are always nice, fun things to just watch snippets of. And there's definitely been some really interesting, tactics and strategies being used. But quite often when it's like, it's 5 AdMech flyers versus, a ton of dreadnoughts, which I think actually was from LGT. I can't remember. Those things I find a bit uninteresting, those kind of games.
No, that's fair. There was that one year, wasn't there, towards the end of the 8th edition, where it was literally just a bunch of Iron Hands just hiding behind a wall, being tanked by a dreadnought or whatever it was, or the dreadnought was being tanked by other Iron Hands. That was pretty wild.
Yes, because it had the bodyguard rule in some form or another. Yeah.
Yes.
So it can be shot at, and the things that were bodyguarding it were hidden in the building, so they couldn't be seen or targeted either. What fun interactions those were. But, you know,
Indeed.
we're in 10th edition. We don't have that kind of jank anymore.
No, we have a different type of jank, which is... there's always going to be some jank in there, though, isn't there? You can't avoid the jank, unfortunately. No, exactly. That's just what we come to expect from the game system after all these years. But no, I watched some of the live streams, some good games. I actually quite like and enjoy watching competitive 40k. It's a very interesting way to see the game played. It's all too common, I think, these days. I've made that statement a lot, but I feel like it's kind of like at this stage, the way the game is somewhat intended to be played. So I kind of struggle to begrudge it. I think my ongoing effort is just to kind of ignore what's actually good and take stuff that still seems themed and interesting. So, you know, like for example, I'm still very into the all Terminator armies. They're quite a laugh. And I've come up with this Eldari army, which is just all the Phoenix Lords with all of their aspect warriors and that kind of silly nonsense. That sort of stuff still, makes me smile. I look at that and I go, that seems fun. It's not very good, I'm sure you'll be shocked to hear. But, you know, who cares really in the grand scheme of things? I feel like those, you know, top tables at the LVO days are long behind me at this stage, so I may as well enjoy the time I spend down the bottom.
That's fair enough. I mean, I feel like a lot of people go on the hobby journey of really getting into the competitive mindset because they want to play lots of games and they want to get good at it and be the best and they want to join the rankings. And then after however amount of time it is, whether it's months or years, invariably people just, I don't know, it seems like they get bored of it and dwindle away and go, I'd just rather do my own thing. And because I think, especially if you are going to get in that competitive cycle, you kind of have to chase a meta. And that does burn you out after a while, I would assume, because you're constantly building and painting the latest hotness only for it to invariably be nerfed in 6 months' time, or however long it is. So there's only a limited time window where that particular build is going to be optimal, and that's always the way. Whereas if you do the Stillmania strategy, which was from that famous, I think it was a White Dwarf article, where it was like, just build 1,000 points and that's your army, and you just keep playing with that army. You model all the, you know, the Warlord relics and stuff on it. You play it completely WYSIWYG and you never change it. Obviously, this was before, you know, points balance updates were a regular thing that would potentially invalidate your army. But I like the idea of doing that, just having themed armies that you pretty much stick to, and you don't just whack on the latest hotness because it's the greatest thing since sliced plasma guns.
Indeed. I will say this much, though. I feel like the new hotness is often a product of the shifts in gameplay, to the extent that, like, if you haven't got like a few things that you can chuck into the corner of the board, the game becomes quite difficult to win, because there are so many instances where people just get, whether you draw the card and it's like, oh, investigate signals. It's like, oh, I need to be in the four corners, and it's a whole thing. So, like,
yes, yeah. So it's there's an army building around the cards, as in the Leviathan cards that you're going to draw to make sure your army can achieve all of those things. And the one I don't like is building a list deliberately around denying some of those cards as well. So, but that's always been the case, even back when Frontline Gaming, when the ITC was the independent circuit, was. And they were like comping and making up their own effectively secondaries. People were always list tailoring to maximize their points, but deliberately denying their opponent their opponent their points as well. So that's always been a sort of problem with that kind of game, basically.
It's true. That's actually an interesting point that you've raised there, though, Phil, because obviously they also announced at the LVO, or as part of the LVO, that the ITC is now Warhammer owned and operated, right?
Yes, yeah. So last year they announced they were partnering up with them, and they went to great lengths to say it's the international tournament circuit, whereas previously it was the independent tournament circuit, which is quite funny. And now they basically own it outright, which is actually something you had speculated on was going to happen, and I was like, nah, that probably won't. Why would they bother? And yeah, you've 100% got it on the head, Mystic Meg. You are so well done.
Well, like a broken watch. I'm right twice a day. No, man. I mean, again, it was a. I don't feel like it was a crazy prediction in the grand scheme of things, but interesting to see what they do with that going forwards. But we're not here to talk about that and what that means specifically. We're here to talk about the reveals, because at the end of the day, regardless of what the rules are, regardless of who's better than everyone else at slinging cubes and moving figures around, the thing that's always most exciting about any of these big moments are the big reveals. And by crikey, Games Workshop and their Warhammer community team didn't disappoint, in my opinion. I'll say it from the outset. I think this is a strong reveal. I think, it's not necessarily got everything that I would want personally. But at the end of the day, I think the stuff that's there is pretty great. So credit where credit's due to the good old G-dubs. This is a pretty good one out of the gate, just to say. Do you want to, would you concur, Phil?
Oh yeah, it was a solid one. No humdingers. Yeah.
I don't know about that. There was a bit of hum and a bit of dinger.
Well, maybe. I guess there's some controversial. I think there's some Marmite choices in there for sure. But yeah, overall, pretty good.
Well, let's get into it, and we'll soon find out. So, first reveal of the evening, or the day, or the morning. And this actually went out at like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., something like that. 5 a.m. GMT, I think it was. But I don't know what the American time is, but a more sensible hour. It would have been on the West Coast, wouldn't it? So it would have been, is that PT, Pacific time? Or is Vegas got its own time zone?
Well, there's Eastern Standard Time, and then there's, which would be East Coast. If it's West Coast, it would be PST, I think, yeah.
Isn't that, is that PST? Anyway, let's not bother everyone with our inability to comprehend time zones. Let's just get into it. So first of all, we got Kill Team. We've already talked about the Night Lord figures before. Again, worth saying, these are stupendous. Funny story, Phil. I was up at Warhammer World on the weekend. You were too. I know. Shocker. And when we went round the exhibition space, I obviously observed the rather large Khorne versus Ultramarine setup that they've got. And for whatever reason, for the first time in a while, I actually took the time to look, because I've seen it so many times now, I've become somewhat blind to it. Yeah. It is actually funny when you look at it, you realise, it's got all the old Chaos Space Marines on it. And you forget what Chaos Space Marines used to be. I know it's only been like 4 years or something, but it is wild when you look back at old Chaos Space Marine minis. You go, good Lord, these were very different, weren't they?
Yeah, yes, I guess so. I mean, I speed ran the exhibition centre to check out all the new stuff, so I missed that particular one this time round.
Normally I do the same, Phil. I do the same.
I know. They do, however, quite often cheekily update the exhibition. So they do sometimes add in the new models. So there's the giant Imperial Guard Parade one that's got the Rogal Dawn tanks in now. I think I spotted that last time.
Did you notice they put trees in that Bone Reaper display for no reason at all?
Oh, in the middle bit. I can't say. I did see that one. I had a good look at it because Tim hadn't seen it before for whatever reason. Yeah, I didn't think they looked out of place. I didn't think it. I thought they'd always been there, so I didn't know if that was a new addition.
They upset the symmetry of it because they kind of just had to they sort of like plonked them on in the open spaces. It was very odd, and they're not like Citadel trees. They're like some kind of custom job they've done.
No, I'll have to.
I don't think they were there before. I don't think they were. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, old Chaos Space Marines were pretty good for their time, but new Chaos Space Marines are pretty solid. And this upgrade kit is a 10 out of 10. It's phenomenal. These guys look incredible. We've already talked about it before. It's wall to wall bangers. This is fabulous to see what few extra heads and shoulder pads and potentially little other extra gubbins can bring to your Chaos Space Marine kit. These are tremendous. I would sincerely want to collect, paint, have Night Lords. If it wasn't for the trim, I gotta be honest with you, I can't be dealing with that trim anymore. But I think they look amazing. I mean, you can't say anything other than that, I don't think, unless of course you can, Phil.
Well, no, I really like it. I have seen people online criticize it because it's like, it's not completely custom. It's just an upgrade sprue. But it's like, it does a really good job. I mean, I guess the downside potentially is if you want multiple squads, maybe they would start to look a bit samey. But I think you can mix and match, the heads and the upgrade bits to make sure that all the models are a bit more unique. So personally, I don't have a problem with it. And I think it just goes to show you that how good an upgrade sprue and a good paint job can make a generic kit look really unique to their faction. And I think I'm glad that they're doing this because I think it's the thing that we've been wanting for years is a way of personalizing our armies a bit more. Games Workshop being really like hit and miss with things like even just like basic like transfers. Like it's really hard to get them nowadays because they used to support them really well and then they sort of just disappeared over time. And yeah, at least they're giving us a bit more than just transfers now. It's like actual upgrades and stuff like that. And the Cajun sprue, the Black Templars one's really amazing. I love all the like relics that you get on that. So if we get that kind of level of support for every sub-faction or the main sub-factions for every army, that would be great.
Yeah, I totally echo that sentiment. I mean, this was a really common thing back in the day for GW. I mean, obviously, there was a period where they moved into these army-specific, faction-specific kits where they went like, people really love Blood Angels. We'll do a Blood Angel Tactical Squad, and it's an entirely original set of sprues with tactical Marines, but they're all uniquely Blood Angel Tactical Marines, right? And they've done that kind of stuff across the board. But back in the day when they did, say, Space Wolves, for example, the early 3rd edition plastic Space Wolf upgrade sprues were just sold as upgrade sprues, or rather they were sold as boxes with the upgrade sprue. So you get a unit of 10 Assault Marines, and then you get a load of, Space Wolf gubbins that you could chuck on them. Again, we've seen that in the past with things like Deathwing Terminators prior to them getting their own special kit. They were just an upgrade sprue. Same thing with Ravenwing. And now that's what we're seeing with Dark Angels, with the Deathwing specifically. Deathwing Terminators are now just an upgrade sprue again, which, in my opinion, is a perfectly acceptable and good thing because actually it means that it's more likely that we're going to see the rollout of these specialist units much quicker. Death Company, to me, should just be an upgrade sprue. The Hounds of Mordecai or Space Wolf stuff, that should just be an upgrade sprue. There's so many like specialist units that you can just simply give us an upgrade sprue to achieve because it is essentially a different form of Space Marine in power armor with a slightly different paint.
Yeah, and I'd like then, that potentially gives them more time to allocate to doing one or two specialist units that really deserve the kind of attention to detail.
Oh, totally.
To get that.
Sanguinary Guard, for example. Sanguinary Guard need their own kit. 100%.
Completely. Yeah.
But Death Company, nah. In the same way as what they've just done with Dark Angels. Deathwing Knights, yes. Deathwing? No. You know, it's not necessary. So
seems like a sensible thing to go. Although if you are for example, Space Wolf player, or Dark Angels player, I can understand the loss of those kind of really unique kits. But in a way, this is hopefully going to mean they're just going to be a lot more compatible and a lot more future proof going forwards, tying it into a mainline Space Marine kit, and not a complete standalone box set of something. Hopefully it's a positive move.
I mean, on a long enough timeline, I'm sure at some point they may revisit and give us special kits for, special types of Space Marines in the future. This sort of follows what we observed back in, like, as I say, 3rd, 4th edition, where that kind of stuff just happened, where they just went, there's an upgrade sprue. We're working our way through it. In the meantime, have an upgrade sprue. Maybe in another 10 years, they'll come along and they'll go, all right, we've done everything as upgrade sprues. How's about we go a step further? Similar to how it went with the older editions of 40k. I'm totally fine with that. But I think ultimately, for now, this is great. I understand why you might be a little bit, unhappy with it. But, I mean, come on, really? They look great. Don't be silly. Don't be silly. You fictional individual, you. Next on the list are these mandrakes. Now, mandrakes have had many forms over the years. This is obviously in line with the form that they took after good old Jez and, was it Phil Kelly? Phil Kelly and Jez got together and rewrote the Drakari, or the Dark Elder as they were back in the day, into the faction that we now all know and have mixed opinions of, but some of us love. And it's fair to say these sculpts, these figures, are stupendous. The mandrakes are such a wild, crazy unit. It's quite odd to me that these even exist within the confines of Warhammer 40,000. If I'm honest with you, this looks like an Age of Sigmar kit in Warhammer 40,000. It's very strange.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. They have a very Age of Sigmar vibe to them, and I think in part that's the sort of special effects that they've added on, like the flames and the sort of weird cloak of darkness, or whatever that might be, which I think
skin cloak.
Yeah, that's the thing that looks weird, because it does look like a Tyranid wing of some kind. It looks a bit too fleshy. Not the skin cloaks like that they're wearing, the skin skirts, let's say.
Oh, you mean the one that he's kind of whooshing over himself? Yes,
he's whooshing over, and it's like a sort of veil of darkness that's meant to be following him. Yeah, that just looks a little bit odd.
It does look kind of lame, doesn't it? Like he'd sort of like if in like one of those like fight scenes in a movie where one individual's doing a lot of fancy stuff and then he just gets shot or kicked or whatever it is. It's kind of like that, where he's just sort of, I can imagine him appearing in front of someone going, boogly! And then you're just like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
and I don't mind them. But that one looks a little bit odd. And I know a load of people hate these kind of embellishments. Like, they don't like flames. They don't like smoke effects. And this is the Marmite thing I was alluding to. I think just some people, are a fan of those bits, either because it's difficult to paint and look good, or it takes it out of it being like an actual miniature, because it's, I don't know, so you can't accurately represent things like smoke on a miniature very well. Likewise, it's quite difficult to do glass, although they do it sometimes with the plastic, see-through plastic. So yeah, but those are a bit odd, but it's pretty good sculpts. I think actually the design of them all look pretty fantastic. I like the poses. I like the weapons. Yeah, you got the weird skin skirts, but that's what they are. And that kind of cool looking, but they do just have a weird AOS vibe to them.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think the thing that you were talking about before, the shadowiness and all the rest of it, this obviously comes from the desire within the game of Kill Team to give us unit specialists, right? And with the mandrakes, they're quite a one-note design. So I guess they're looking at it going, well, what can I do with a mandrake to make it into a specialist? You know, like I've got the guy with a two-handed sword, and then what else? And I guess they just went, well, this one's the Weaver of Shadows, and he's weaving a shadow, and there you go. That's a box ticked. Now you've got a specialist, which is fair enough. But doubtless, when you buy this box set, you probably don't need to put this elaborate flap of skin onto the miniature. So if you're buying these purely for your Drakari collection, I think you're going to do fine. But for me, they are, I mean, sincerely, they're, again, 10 out of 10. Very, very good. Really amazing reimagining of them. Or not even reimagining, just a really beautiful kind of continuation of that design philosophy. Just looks great. It just, again, more detailed, more crisp. Mandrakes were already one of the coolest kits in Drakari, which is a pretty cool range of miniatures. So them done better is no bad thing. For me, that is an essential kill team purchase. That is top shelf. I will quite probably buy that just to...
well, you do have... Yeah, you do collect Drakari. I keep forgetting.
I do collect Drakari. I don't collect Chaos Space Marines, but I think they are cool enough that the bits are cool enough, like having some of that just in your collection. I think, chop it up, slap it in a bits box. Beautiful stuff.
Brilliant basing bits to have all your warriors having slain Chaos Night Lords.
Dark Angels kind of have a bit of a beef with the Night Lords, it's fair to say. So, yeah, absolutely. Or at least they did in the confines of Horus Heresy. I don't know what's going on anymore. What do you reckon of the piece of scenery? I mean, it's a piece of scenery. I personally don't like it very much at all, but I'd love to hear your perspective.
It's very generic. It doesn't wow me. It's not a bad gaming piece, though. The fact that it's just like one big solid lump that you can just plonk down on the table and it's got a bit of a raised platform in the middle, I think is kind of cool. But in terms of what it's meant to do, it's nothing special, I guess. It hasn't wowed me in the same way that the sort of landing pad with the landing pad bit itself was a bit generic, but you had the comms tower. Like, I thought that was really fantastic. And that whole kind of, piece of scenery kit I thought was great. Whereas this is just, it's fine. It's just loads of stuff.
It gives me like Mighty Max playset vibes.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Mighty Max?
No, not at all.
It was basically like the boys' version of Polly Pocket.
Okay. Yeah. It looks like it's got bits where you could attach pipes to if they still sold the pipes kits. And obviously it's
I'll tell you what, that was the best issue of 40k Conquest magazine ever, because I went into a Forbidden Planet, they had sold none of them or very few of them, and I bought like 5, so I got like
a ton of
20 odd sprues or whatever it was of pipes. I was like, this is unbelievable. This is like Christmas come early.
I hope it came with a corner piece and you just haven't got loads of straights.
You got it's beautiful. It was a beautiful clip.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, that's that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, the scenery is what it is, but overall, those figures are pretty great. Did they confirm they're just selling that all as a one-er, right? They're not doing the weird breakdown thing anymore with this one. This one is the thing plus the things.
Yeah, I think it's the 2 units plus the terrain piece, and I guess they will give you the standalone the kill team units at a later date.
Fair.
And that's it.
All right, well, keep it at 40k, Phil. Quite honestly, I never actually really ever believed we'd ever see the day, but we are here, Phil. We made it this far. Even if we die tomorrow, we lived in a world where we got to see redone Kroot. My God, what a time to be alive, eh?
I know. Codex Kroot has
Wow, don't get too excited. It's not Codex Kroot, unfortunately. It's
no, why not? I know. Boo.
Ooh, I got to be honest with you. I don't know. Because from what I hear, and all I hear is what everyone else hears, which is the usual rumours, there's more to come for Kroot. Right?
Well, they announced that on the stream, that this is half of the Kroot is what we've seen at this reveal. So there's tons more still to come.
I mean, that's wild.
Which is great news. And we can speculate at the end what those things should be.
Mate, I'm very excited. I think it's really awesome that the Tau Empire are at last, not since kind of like 3rd edition when they were first introduced, will the Kroot feel quite as relevant as they will do in this release. Because in 3rd Ed, when they released the Kroot, you had the Kroot, and you had the Kroot Hounds, and you had the Krootox, and you had the Shaper. And, that was 4, Kroot units that you had in your army. You compared that to the actual Tau army itself, or the Tau contingent. You had the Ethereal, you had the Crisis Suit Commander, you had the Crisis Suits, you had the Broadsides, you had the Stealth Suits, the Fire Warriors, and then the tank variants, right? I think that was more or less everything you had from the Tau side. So, like, back in the day, Kroot were like a third of the army, whereas obviously today, even though they still have Krootox, Kroot Hounds, Kroot Shapers, Shapers are just unit leaders
or something.
Yeah, they're like insignificant. Whereas now, my goodness, we might be getting back to that 1 in 3 ratio, which would be pretty wild.
I know. I think it's a really good thing, and I've been saying, like, I just love Kroot. I want to see Kroot-only armies or people adopting them more into a Tau army. My only worry is actually most Tau players have been brought up on just battle suits and big mechs, and that's what Tau players want. And actually, a lot of Tau players probably don't want Kroot. So while I'm all for it, and if I was to do a brand new standalone army, just pure Kroot, I think would be high up on that list of something to do. I think a lot of Tau players are a bit like, I don't want this. Give me some more big guns that are, somewhat, dare I say, anime themed. Because that's what Tau has been for so long. And I would love them to. It sort of feels like they need to do one of 2 things now. They either need to not just do Kroot, but also do a couple of like other alien races. So they need to do a couple of like more Vespid units, and because there's like human auxiliaries and as well that they can have like a couple of other things to sort of flesh out that kind of the feeling of the greater good. Or they go, you get Tau and you get Kroot, get rid of Vespids completely, and that would allow Kroot to almost be its own thing as like a sort of standalone sub-faction, and Tau can be its own thing. And if you want them both together, you can do that. I always think it would just seem a bit odd if you go, well, you got Tau, they're the main guys, you've got Kroot, and then there's one random Vespid unit in there as well. That just seems really weird now. So you either need to lean more into the aliens, or you need to sort of get rid of all the others because there's only one. Personally, I'd love to see more, a couple of other units. I think that would flesh it out, and then they work for both Kroot or Tau or all together, if that's how you want to play it.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate if they gave us a new Vespid unit. If they came along and they went, oh, and you thought it was just Kroot, here's a redo of the Vespids, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Like, I think one Vespid unit is totally fine.
Well, here's the thing. It would be 2, right? It would be a shooty one and it would be a close combat one, because they love their dual kits. That's what I think.
I think keep Vespid as a one-trick pony. Like, the thing is, right, it's not every single, like, the thing is with Kroot is that they established a lot of variety in it from the outset. It's like, oh, there's the fighty ones, there's the dog ones, there's the big ones, there's the boss ones, whatever. Like, fine if Kroot have got that level of depth, but not all of the aliens need it. If you've got Vespids, just have a Vespid unit be what it is. And it's like, what do the Vespids do? They do this one thing. That to me is totally reasonable. Like, I feel like Vespids being one note isn't a problem. But like you said, if they then could also give us some other things and, maybe take some inspiration from other elements, maybe a Sliff unit would be cool. That would be really helpful to Drukhari players as well, because maybe they then could take them and incorporate them into their collection. The Sliff is something that we already know exists, and they are actually quite loyal, and they're used to be like bodyguards to Drukhari, which means that they're probably quite trusting and decent, even by the low standards of Drukhari. So maybe there's an opportunity to incorporate some of that into it. But regardless, I feel like in all probability, we're probably going to enter into a situation where the Vespids are squatted, essentially discontinued for a time, because the kit is really old. I mean, they introduced it in their 4th edition codex, the Vespids. Potentially, no, they didn't get a 5th edition book. It was their 4th edition book they added the Vespids. And they've not really done anything magical with them since, and they've never really had their moment in the sun. So I feel like the Vespids at this stage probably do just get sunsetted for a bit, and we just end up in this Kroot Tau situation. Maybe they could give us a kind of Commissar Yarrick segment where they say, the last Vespid got killed somehow. Which could be interesting in and of itself. But and I guess the good thing about this is much like in like Age of Sigmar, where the Cruel Boys and the Iron Jaws kind of coexist as they are at the moment, it feels like within AOS we're moving towards a situation where the Cruel Boys and the Iron Jaws might split and become their own factions as we go into AOS 4. Maybe in 11th edition, Kroot will be well situated so as Codex Kroot is a reality, which is a reality I support.
Keep it alive.
Make the dream, man.
Make the dream happen, Dream. I mean, I would love it. It was because it was one of those rumours. God, it was like over 5 years ago that people talked about Codex Kroot, and maybe pipeline wise, that was because the other rumours that came out of those, around that time were all completely unfounded and I assume completely made up. So I think that was just someone's wishful thinking. But ever since, I've been like, yeah, Codex Kroot is a great idea. In terms of.
Sorry, I was just going to say, it's worth saying as well, for the most part, Codex Kroot, or rather Kroot models, look like the kind of miniatures that should be painted really relatively easily as well, which is always a win as well for like people looking to get stuff on the tabletop to a good standard. I mean, you're looking very singular in the kind of color schemes on these guys. It feels like they're one of those collections that contrast will just fall on. Yeah, they look good. I mean, I will say this. I don't know what it is about the main Kroot mercenaries, the troops, but they've never quite looked so naked until now. Previously, when you look at other Kroot minis, even like the old plastics and stuff, they kind of look like, you look at them and you go, oh yeah, they're Kroot. Whereas now you're looking at them, and in some instances you look at them going, oh, when did they... Were they always naked?
Some of them are wearing like sort of chest armor and stuff like that. But yeah, one of them with the little telescope is butt naked, basically. Yeah. He's like Mankini style Kroot. But that's kind of cool. I didn't appreciate how turtly they are, minus the shell, basically. But the like front chest piece, very much like a turtle. They're cool though. Like, I'm really keen to see what they're gonna do for future Kroot. I really want to see like flying Kroot along the lines of the like sort of what are they, like pterodactyl units for the Seraphon, like the flying units. I'd love something like that where it's Kroot riding winged Kroots. Very Avatar-esque, I guess that is, but
I feel like there were winged Kroot in the Kroot Codex that they did in like 5th edition or 6th edition or something. I swear they added something like that.
Okay. That'd be cool.
Or maybe they could have them with like makeshift kind of like kites or something, like where they're kind of like gliding on the back of kites and things. That would be pretty amazing. But I think, without wanting to get too in the weeds on every single miniature here, it's fair to say that like there are some real standouts. I mean, the War Shaper, the Archer version of him. Oh yeah,
peak Predator. It's like if you can't realize those references, what you're doing. But yeah,
exactly. It's immense, and like the Flesh Shaper, just again looks utterly fantastic. The kind of cavalry unit, they've got the Kroot hunting pack, I think they're called. It's just phenomenal. It's just, this is exactly what you want to see. This is the kind of stuff that makes 40k absolutely fantastic. These miniatures are fantastic. This is to me, the really interesting stuff that is Warhammer 40,000. This is what we want more of. I want more Kroot in the world of Warhammer 40,000, and not just Kroot. I want other stuff like it. That's why when we were talking about predictions for 2024, this is the sort of stuff I want to see expressed in the game. I want world building. I want expansiveness. I don't just want a million flavors of Space Marine all the time, although I do like Space Marines. But, I need this is the stuff that we want to see Games Workshop get back into and expanding the world around. I think this is the stuff that 40k needs moving forwards to become even more compelling, I think, because this is great.
Completely. Because I think one of the things that was so great about Age of Sigmar when it first came out, although people had criticism about the rules, is that they just came out with some real bangers of like completely brand new armies that you'd never seen before. And they weren't, massive, but you had a decent range of units, really thematic, had a strong sort of through line for their like design and the overall like, archetype of who they were. And I feel like we're getting that for 40k with this Kroot. And it's like, yes, they've already existed. I don't know. There's just something about this that makes me tingle a little bit with excitement to be like, oh, this feels like a brand new faction that's playable, even though, yes, they say it's for Tau, but we all know it's really Codex Kroot, right? So
yeah.
I hope, because I can't remember what the Forge World specific Kroot ones were that they had done in the past, but I hope those get bought over if they haven't already been previously. So I hope, we see all the Kroots from the past brought to the current range, plus some new stuff as well. One thing that's quite interesting, that's quite funny, if you're a Tau player and basically if you really want the limited edition cover art because it's got battle suits on, you've got to buy a box full of Kroot. That's quite funny.
But you want those Kroots, surely. If you're a Tau player.
If you're playing Tau correctly, yes. But if you're a Tau person that just likes mechs and you see the lovely artwork of just mech suits on the limited edition Codex cover, you'll have to buy a bunch of Kroot that you might not want.
That's fair.
But
I feel
for the greater good, embrace them.
Yeah, I feel like back in the day, like the Kroot kind of, again, maybe back in the day, it was just a bit easier for things like Kroot and Tau to coexist, whereas like now, I think more than ever, it's because obviously they've been so good at realizing their kind of more primitive style. Maybe the two armies look a little bit kind of counterintuitive together, but I think that's really amazing. I think that's the thing that actually makes Tau really interesting, and really actually what, in the grand scheme of things, makes the Tau a really interesting force. And I think if it becomes essential that Tau players include Kroot units on a regular basis like they used to, I think this brings the army back to life and makes it feel 40k. At the moment, Tau are really cool, but they're very, as you say, anime-esque. They're quite one note. They're very, clean. And, Tau are a 40k army now through virtue of longevity, but I think Tau without Kroot are less 40k than Tau with Kroot. I think this smush of weird dank makes it 40k.
It definitely, that's the thing it's
missing.
It gives it that more grimdark vibe as opposed to kind of clean cuts. Very one note army otherwise without them, I think. Yeah. Weirdly, when I play, oh, go on.
No, please. You were saying about when you played.
When I played against my buddy George a couple of weekends ago with his Tau, he actually did have a couple of units of Kroot with them. So there are Kroot fans out there.
And you can add the sinister overtones to it as well, the enslaving of them by the Tau, add in those kind of elements, and that's where it starts to get really sinister and interesting. And I'm there for that, right? Like, I think there's definitely more interested narrative depth to the Tau with these guys in them. I think without them, they've been a pretty bland army in the grand scheme of things. They've always just been like, they've not really got much of an empire to speak of. They've not really been that significant. This at least adds a layer of intrigue to them.
Exactly.
And the miniatures are amazing. You will not be able to buy this box set. It will sell out everywhere. Get down to your friendly local gaming store and have a word with them and try and reserve yourself a copy before the scalper robots swoop in on it, because this is going to go quick. Exactly. Will you buy it, Phil?
I mean, I would. No, not really. In my head, I know I'm not. But the dream is to get the box and do a Spartacus themed Kroot army where I'm rebelling,
Spartacus? Like the old show or the or the movie, or just
the movie. The concepts that you are rebelling against the Tau. Kroot independence is what I'm gonna be for. A vote for Kroot is a vote for liberty. That's what I'm going to go for. That would be the theme of my Kroot army if I was to do it. Throwing off the shackles of the evil overlords.
Well, I mean, in all probability, like if you look at the range here, if they add in double what we're seeing here, and Lord only knows what that will be, but assume they give us a few more units, that is essentially enough that you could theoretically very comfortably take a Kroot exclusive army.
Yeah, it's pretty substantial.
Yeah, assuming their points aren't terribly low. I mean, that's one of the more consistent problems with this kind of stuff. It's like, this 10-man unit of Kroot, 20 points. It's like, good Lord, how many of them have I got to buy? It's
dozens of boxes.
Oh, mate, for sure. I tell you one other thing. I will say this one last thing on the topic of just 40k in general before we move on to the next one. It's sometimes, though, as well, though, when they go, oh, here's your unit and it's got like 20 minis in it, and then they have the audacity to go, oh, and those 20 minis each have like 4 attacks each, and it's always like, can you not just like, here's an idea, rather than give me 40 attacks, or rather 4 attacks each, so 80 attacks on a 20-man unit, as about give each of them 1 attack but make it statistically as good as what the 4 attacks would give me. You know what I mean? Like, because all the time where you roll like 50 dice and then at the end of it you go, roll 2 saves. It's like, why just give me 10 dice?
I mean, I think that's thematic, right? It's like orcs have lots of shots but hit on 6s because they're meant to be rubbish shots, but you get lots of shots to kind of compensate for it. Whereas Space Marines have a couple of shots each, or Custodies have a couple of shots each, but they hit relatively easily and well in comparison. But yeah, I mean, that's an interesting game mechanic, I'm sure, where you could streamline the game by knocking down those odds to be like, cool, it's like a one roll that does this one thing and it does this many things, rather than having to do dozens and dozens.
I mean, maybe it's just because people like rolling lots of dice. I'm sure they do.
People do.
It's just when it gets to that level where they go, oh, here's a 10-man unit and they've all got 4 attacks each, it's like, for God's sakes, like, just don't do that to me. Like, just give me 2 attacks or something, or give me 1 and just make it as good as... Anyway, it doesn't matter.
That's what older editions of 40k was, where everyone pretty much had like 1 attack each, right, in combat. It was all very simplified.
And yet incredibly complicated at the same time.
Yes.
All right. I don't think that's all of the 40k stuff, although it probably is actually. From here on in, we are into the world of AOS.
Yes, it's AOS and Horus Heresy. So Horus Heresy is the closest to
40K. So we still have a 40k adjacent thing on the horizon, but for the most of now, it's the AOS stuff, and it starts off with a new miniature for the Daughters of Cain, and this is the... How am I pronouncing this, Phil? Please help me.
Well, the Shadow of the Crone?
The Shadow of the Crone. It's Krefus?
Oh, Krefusa.
Krefuffle?
Krefusa, I think it is. The Crone Sea.
Anyway, what we have here is yet another example of why Age of Sigmar rocks. This is a phenomenal sculpt, an incredible miniature, an utterly awesome idea brought to life in an incredibly compelling way. This mini is spectacular. You're essentially looking at a blind woman stood atop the ruins of some eldritch kind of, structure, surrounded by ravens, as she kind of, props herself up elegantly with her staff and her incredible wingspan. It is utterly spectacular. Although, to be fair, that dress looks very impractical for a blind woman to be wearing. But other than that, this is it's stupendous. I think this is a pretty compelling reason. Between this and Marafi, the snake lady,
yeah,
Daughters of Khaine have got some pretty top tier characters in terms of the sculpts. This is fantastic. To be fair, throughout the whole Dawnbringer series, I don't think we've had a dud yet, have we? In terms of like the centerpiece minis that they brought to the table.
Not that I can.
So the first of them was the Blight Lord, not Blight Lord. Sorry, the Magakin of Nurgle Lord on horse, and that was accompanied by the Rabble Rouser and the Fire Slayer guy on foot, because of course they always need more of them,
and the Ghoul as well, the Flesh Eater Courts.
The boner.
Offering the bone. I mean, that one probably is one of the weaker ones out of a lot, if you had to pick one. And then after that, you've had, oh God, what's his name? The big troll guy.
Trug.
I'm trying to think what else you've had. You had
Trug. And you got the new Flesh Eater Quartz guy. He's on the latest one.
Yes. Yeah, he's fantastic.
He's stupendous. And then there's this, which is again just constantly bringing the hits. As far as I'm concerned, this is fantastic. No idea what the rules are like for her, but miniature is incredible. Again, like Games Workshop continue to make Age of Sigmar a compelling proposition with the miniatures. This is stupendous in my opinion. 10 out of 10. Phil, what's your vibe on it all?
Agree. I really like it. It's peak emo.
That's
but
probably
also,
why I like it especially.
I think the reason why I like it is Games Workshop haven't really ever done either ever or many crows or raven minis. They're actually really hard to get if you want official Games Workshop ones. So it's awesome that they've done it here, and weirdly in the recently previewed Warhammer Events exclusive mini as well. They've chucked some in there, so they're clearly going all in on the Corvids this year. So yeah, I think it's great. What's interesting is I always associate like Marafi and like the whole army with snakes and snake women. So the fact that this is taking it in a different direction is really interesting. And I was like, what other models do you have to go with it? And obviously the box that comes with it at the bottom is sort of a more sort of live, sort of circus assassins is the best way I can describe them. And then the ladies on the horses. So sort of not the snake body versions of the Daughters of Khaine. So I hope this will herald like a sort of potentially a bit like Tau and Kroot, a split in the visual aesthetics of Daughters of Khaine, and that you've got ones that are a bit more black and crow related, and the other's half that's much more snake based. Because, this lady looks, a bit dark and moody, but still on the forces of order. Whereas I think Marafi is like, you belong in the chaos drop down. You get over there. You don't belong in order. Get over there. So yeah, I think this is nice to see an actual more order looking force for Daughters of Khaine. So yeah, I really like it. I think it's good. I assume book 5, Shadows of the Crone, is the last one. They've not said, but it was 5 books last time, so I assume that's going to be the case this time around as well.
Yeah, highly probable. Depends, really, doesn't it? I mean, it depends what they're going for.
I mean, they could keep it going till like book 10, and then they're like, now's the new edition or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, I think the thing is I think it seems probable that we need like a sixth one just to kind of bring something in that embodies some more of the chaos element, I imagine, because at the moment that's really been the thing that's missing from it, other than obviously the
first
the first one with the
Harbinger of Decay.
The Harbinger of Decay, yeah. So maybe something that's a little bit more Bellacory or ratty, potentially. Yes, absolutely. Something that bridges into it. I mean, again, I need to catch up on the narrative through line and figure it out. We saw, obviously, with the Dragon fella, the Lord Relictor on Dragon, there was a bit more of a kind of nod towards this guy, you know, trying to safeguard the Stormcasts and doing all that stuff to, migrate them into their new armor set, which kind of heralds the idea that we're going to see these primerified versions of the original Stormcast sculpts of the Liberators and the other things that are kind of a little bit more chonky now. They're going to get potentially slimmed down. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm not as well across the Age of Sigmar narrative as I am the Warhammer 40,000 and Horus Heresy worlds. But, I mean, if this was to be the final miniature and the final book in the series, fair enough. I don't think there's any issue with that. This would be a pretty great one to finish it on. But we'll see, won't we? We'll see. I think the one thing that I like and consider from the world of AOS, though, is the fact that we kind of have a narrative that seems to kind of conclude with a moment that leads into the next one. That was a weird thing with 40k 10th following the events of the Arcs of Omen. It was almost kind of like, oh yeah, don't worry about that though. Tyranids, and you're like, okay.
Yeah, they were separate things, whereas Kragnos was the last book of second edition Age of Sigmar, and that led into the whole sort of season and the whole Realm of Beasts theme that we've had for the entire edition of the game. So that feels like that narrative through line worked so much better than, as you say, Arcs of Omen, which led up to a storyline that basically just was completely put on pause while they then introduced Leviathan as the 10th edition thing. Like, one didn't lead up to the other. Like, weirdly, 7th to 8th edition, where they did like the Fall of Cadia and that series of books, that actually worked sort of much better because it was about, rebooted Gilliman coming back, heralding the arrival of, the Cicatrix Maledictum, the new Primaris. That all worked really well, I think. Prior Nexus and, 9th edition less so, and same with 10th.
Yeah, agreed.
Not Prior Nexus,
to be fair
Psychic Awakening is what I meant.
Yeah, no, I know what you meant on that. Yeah, because the Psychic Awakening sort of worked into the Necrons because they found tomb worlds in that, and the whole thing kind of escalated in that way. The weird thing about the Psychic Awakening is the fact that it happens and then we kind of go back in time. That's the only weird bit of it. It's like the idea of they went, because obviously 8th edition was after the events of the Indomitus Crusade, and then 9th edition they were like, yeah, we're in the Indomitus Crusade. It's like,
yes.
Yeah, sure, why not? It was like, all right, fine, whatever. And then, at the end of the Arcs of Omen, they're like, Nids. You're like, great, yeah, sure. And they're coming from the east now. Fine, whatever. Or the west, sorry. They're coming from the west.
Yes.
Wherever they're coming from.
Yeah.
They're coming.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Nids all over the place. It's like it being on Australia. Spiders. Anyway. The next thing in the LVO previews, following on from fabulousness that was, is a series of miniatures based on a novel series that I have not read. Callus and Toll, no idea. The minis are cool, but I've no comprehension what the heck's going on. For whatever reason, they've shoehorned in a Stormcast, as they always do. But, yeah, I've no affinity or knowledge to these characters. They look like nice sculpts. I'm relatively underwhelmed because I have no frame of reference for what I'm looking at. But the lady with the cat looks great. That's about as much as I can really say.
Yeah,
the cat person is pretty dope.
She is a rogue trader or inquisitor ready to go with 0 conversion needed, basically.
100%.
She's
yeah,
quite,
if you 40k players are looking for a rogue trader mini, which you're obviously not because they're terrible, but if you were, this one's a contender.
But yeah, I think it talked about it in an episode ages ago. So Callus and Toll were, and I didn't realize that they were Black Library characters. They're in a Warhammer Plus animation, which I really loved. It was very sort of, Curse City vibes, to it, where it's those two doing a bit of investigations around a city and uncovering some kind of, I don't know, like vampire curse or something. Can't exactly remember what it was about, but it was a really fantastic and like one-off animation. And I was like, this is what they should all look like. The quality of the animation was a lot higher than some of the previous like Hammer and Bolter stuff. And I think it was a Hammer and Bolter episode, but just a really well done one. And I was like, I would love more of these guys. They seem really good. So that's the guy with the sort of the witch hunter's hat, and the guy with the dual pistols, which is one we speculated on in the last episode about the silhouette.
I mean, it's a cool sculpt for sure. There's some really good ones in it. Again, the Stormcast makes no sense to me. I feel like Stormcast always break the immersion of Age of Sigmar to me, though. Like, I don't want to always be down on them. I think they work well on the tabletop battle game, but like when you include them in something thematic like this, they always sort of feel utterly out of place.
Well, yeah, he looks like a massive like general or leading an army, whereas everyone else is sort of down on their luck, just hang out at a bar, getting in a rowdy pub fight, and then going on an adventure. So yeah, there's a bit of dissonance between the two styles. However, I do love the mini. I am looking at it as a potential Thunder Warrior like captain or something, although there's a very similar one from the Black Talon box set that I picked up. So I don't know if I need both, but maybe I'll do it anyway just because it looks really cool.
The same was also true of the Black Talon box as well, though. Again, the Stormcast in that was like, what is it doing there?
Well, they're all Stormcast bar one. I
thought they were like mostly elves and things.
No, so there's not sea elves, what they called.
Idoneth
Deepkin. Yeah, Idoneth. Yeah, I'm sure it's Idoneth Deepkin because she's got water magic. Is the sort of standout mini from that. Everyone else is a different type of Stormcast. So you've got Neve and the old man. They're kind of more like the sort of generic armor. Then you've got one who's the archer, and then you've got the other guy who's in the sort of, and I think it's Annihilator.
I see him all now.
In the big boy armor, but weirdly he's not got
that bird is cool.
armor. Yeah, it's a cool set, and they've all got really great looking capes, which is sort of one of the reasons why I picked them up.
Those capes are cool, but the one with the double axes, underwhelming. The old dude on the left with the beard and stuff, I mean, again, would definitely make a good warrior.
That's why I picked up that box, was for him, because I thought it was quite a good pose. I've literally just received today Fafnir Ran in the box because basically I wanted his axe from Fafnir Ran, and for that old man to be sort of resting his hand on the axe. Because that's
cool.
So that's the idea for him. But this new guy in this, Callus and Toll box set is a contender for that sort of character. I think maybe I'll get both, and potentially one will be Trajan Valoris, and one will be Valdor. Maybe that's how I'll do it for 40k and 30k.
I like it.
So I think that's what I might do.
I agree. I support that notion. Next thing is Underworlds. There's a new Underworlds gang based on the forces of the... Is this a Flesh Eater Court force? Or these
no, I think it's
soul-blight grave lords. They look soul-blighting, I suppose. They're probably soul-blight grave lords.
Yes, they are, because there's lots of undead sort of zombie people.
I mean, look, it's fine. The Necromancer mini, really good. Yet another bird, Phil.
They do like
Another
that. Well,
bird.
it's also yet another weird sort of like monkey beast, which seems to be the weird theme for the either Underworld or Warcry warbands. Like you get lots of like zombie gorillas.
Yes,
but you're right. Yeah, there's like a little crow that she's got. I love that there's a kind of weird Beauty and the Beast sort of love story theming this one. I think that's quite cool.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's fine. I mean, if anything, it's actually really cool. I think there's some really good stuff here. But yeah, I mean, there's some good elements. It's just, nothing about it is like wowing and exciting me. I mean, they're all very good. Like as a kit, you probably would struggle to suggest that this is anything less than a 7 out of 10. But for me personally, and for a lot of people, I acknowledge it's probably a 10. I think the quality of these sculpts is actually very high. It's just something about it just doesn't really do anything for me. I look at it and I just go, whatever.
No, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. What's your hot take on this?
I really love the zombies, like the guy with the hammer doing the sort of weird smiley face thing. He's pretty great, awesome. Not sure about the weird, like he's got ribs protruding. That seems a bit odd. So I don't quite know what's going on there. The beast itself, I think, is the bit that's underwhelming. He just sort of seems a bit too small and doing a bit of an odd pose. And the lady looks great. So, yeah, I mean, I think that it's all competently in well done, but there isn't, that one thing that is a standout piece to draw your attention to it. And obviously, they're all painted a bit drab. So, they're all well done, though.
I could easily see you adding it to a Soulblight Gravelord collection and being like, there you go, cool Necromancer sculpt as well if you want to have a Necromancer in your force.
For sure.
Yeah, corpse cart, that kind of stuff going on. I think there's actually a lot of really great stuff here that you could work with. It's just, there's nothing, there's nothing stand out. I mean, compare this to the Plague Monk Skaven box that they did. It's well off what they achieved with that. That was phenomenal. This is great. This is good even, but it's not exceptional. It's good, great.
I sort of feel like if you're going Necromancer with zombies, it's like, what more can you do with it? And I think having the beast in there, sort of elevating it as a concept. And we
I do like the fact that the beast is wearing green underwear. That's always nice to see.
Yes, you don't want him to hulk out and to have anything on show.
That's it. You don't want him naked like those Kroot.
No, I know. I think on your list you've missed potentially a top topic to talk about, the Warcry warband. Before we get to the big final one,
Warcry warband.
It was before the Kroot on the page.
Was it now? Hang on, I'm just looking at it. Oh, because I was just going to think, oh my God, I absolutely did, Phil. I'm so sorry, mate. They weren't. I just took the links from the GW themselves and missed that in the individual articles. You can only find it if you go through the thing. Interesting.
How dare they? I thought you were building up to it because it's Nighthaunt. I thought that you were teasing me.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, let's say I was, because I mean, God blimey, now that I'm looking at it again, like, okay, fine. So Nighthaunt and Realm Lords are getting a box set for Warcry. I mean, we'll talk about the Realm Lords really quickly. These were the things that we speculated could have been Disciples of Tzeentch when they were shown in the silhouettes.
Yeah. I didn't actually clock it at the time that's what they are. But yeah.
Yeah. There's a combination of the cool ones with the face masks and the dorky ones with the faces exposed.
I think I like the dorky ones more.
You like the dorky ones?
Yeah, I think because I like the color of the like the tunic and sort of just like the contrast of the armored helmet and sort of chest piece versus the bright tunic colors. I think looks really nice. The fully armored ones are very like sort of Spanish matador sort of vibe, or you'll probably remember the guy from Street Fighter with the hockey mask, or there wasn't a hockey mask. No, he had the claws, and he was one of the bosses.
Balrog.
Oh, was that his name? Okay, yeah.
Well, I was being smart because here in the West, he's actually called Vega.
Yes, yeah, I knew it was.
He's called Vega. So the Japanese original, he was called Balrog, and then fighting game enthusiast Phil, we refer to him now as Claw to avoid localization issues.
How reductive, just referring to him by his one gimmick.
Well, no, it's because it's just to help with like commentary around the world.
I know. I'm just teasing.
The 4 boss characters have different names in the different areas. So Balrog is M. Bison in Japan. M. Bison is Vega in Japan.
Yeah. Well, they swapped it around.
It goes on like that. Yeah, so they basically refer to those 3 characters as Boxer, Dictator, and Claw.
Dictator. I would have thought they'd said Big Hat Man.
Big Hat Man, well, from Vega / M. Bison.
Yeah.
It wasn't an absurdly big hat in the ground. Big shoulders, I'd say.
True. Yeah.
Anyway.
True.
Anyway.
What's your take on these minis?
Look, the Illuminef Realm Lord Thingamabibs are bonk. I don't like them very much at all. I think these are probably some of the worst elf minis they've made in ages. They look like a Blood Bowl team. But a bad Blood Bowl team.
I sort of get where you're coming from with that, actually. Yeah.
There's the one dude that he's got his arms kind of spread out wide with the kind of hooky blades. It looks like he's tripping over a stump. It's
because he is. Yes.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, the ones with the full armor, like the actual captain character, would be all right if not for the sheer over-the-top embellishments of him. Like, it's okay. If I think back to, like, High Elves, for example, and I think about, like, the Shadow Warriors of High Elves, which these feel like they're kind of taking some cues from, that Shadow Warrior kit for the High Elves, 10 out of 10. Utterly stupendous. Just really functional, stylistically really interesting. Very, even though they're very elfy, quite muted, great looking kit. This is just, I genuinely have really struggled with the Illuminef range because I find there are moments of wonder in it. There are some characters and some single miniatures that are utterly, utterly incredible. And then there's this stuff that is just, It's one of the least compelling elf ranges I've seen in a while. I feel like the Sylvanef and the Idenef are far more compelling. And the Daughters of Cain as well, to be fair. I think those 3 elf factions are much more aesthetically pleasing than what I'm seeing here. I'm really underwhelmed by these. They're definitely not for me. Also, I will say this as well. Some of the faces of the ones that have faces have far too big eyes. They look more like halflings than they look like elves.
Yes, I see what you mean, but maybe that's what elves are really like with their big eyes.
I don't know. It looks like it's been like distorted by some water or something.
It does, yeah. The guys seem okay, but the ladies have these really weird, sort of alien, like grey sort of style giant eyes they're angled really odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at it up close, seems a bit odd.
But even the face sculpts for like some of the fellas as well, they look like, I don't know, they're just, again, because they're all gaunt and really just lame. It just looks like, I don't know, it looks like, I'm trying to think of an appropriate example, but it's just not good. It's, they're bad. Not a fan at all of those. But conversely, Phil, let me just say, before I hand over to you, these spooks, pretty cool by comparison. Not overly sure about what I assume is like a sorcerer or something, like the dude with the wearing the chandelier over his shoulders.
Yes, I agree. It's some of the minis are, I think, really cool, and then some of them are a bit like, I'm not sure. I don't want to not like it, but at the same time, I'm not like immediately on board with it. At the same time, and it might be one of those things where you see it in person and it looks a lot better, or it just grows on you over time. Yeah, I think potentially that this is going to be a priest rather than a wizard. Although personally, I think, with the current season, another wizard on foot that isn't a named character. Oh, actually, it will be named because it's a Warcry Warband.
Warcry Warbands don't typically have named characters in them. But they are typically purchased as a warband.
Yes, they're unique. Yeah, whether or not, for example, this would class if it was a wizard, an Andorian Locust, whether you can give it enhancements and things like that, who knows? I would assume not. In the case of the previous ones. It sort of sounded like this might be a priest model, though, because actually there's a weird, and this is one of the things I saw at the weekend, is some armies have lots of priests and lean into that more than wizards, and then no one else have priests. And there's sort of almost no way of getting, there's no way to dispel a priestly ability. Yeah, so this is all about sort of like, he looks like he's got some kind of like spectral sensor on him, and then the other guys are like lighting braziers. Like the guys with the big axe, like the ones that are quite armored, look really amazing.
I love them. Yeah, they're great. They're absolutely fantastic. The armored ones.
Yeah, they're my favourite. Then the next ones where they've sort of got the big braziers that they're sort of almost like, at like festivals, you get the guys or the ladies spinning around the fireballs, doing the tricks.
Fire poi, as it's called. Fire poi.
That's what they look like there. I'm sort of half and half on these. I like them. I like the sort of the flames coming out of the torches, but the flames on their backs are sort of not wowing me. Like it's sort of taking me out of the miniature slightly.
I don't know. I feel like it's one of those things that if in the rules there's a certain like wildness to them, like they've got a kind of like fanaticness to them, would make that kind of interesting, because I kind of like the idea that they are so like overcome by the fire and the idea that they're kind of driven to this sort of aggression that like they've kind of almost foregone their own kind of safety by in the flurry of their madness, setting themselves on fire while also trying to burn their enemies. I kind of like that idea, and I think it's cool that they represent it, assuming that's what we're getting here. But I do understand it does always feel a little bit strange when the guy wielding the fire happens to be on fire themselves. It's always a strange vibe. But again, it kind of resonates with the next bunch along who are very much on fire.
Yeah. These are the ones I probably like the least, because they're like so on fire, and they have these weird like little almost like mini meteorites that they're flying around. So I got the impression from the stream that these guys have a shooting attack, and that in a sort of previous life they were the guys lighting actually, well, maybe that was the other guy, the ones that are going around like lighting the candles and stuff, because they're like holy men. So yeah, it would be interesting to see how it works out. But yeah, the guy who's so on fire, his like flames coming out of his eyes, I think he's quite funny from a comical point of view.
Yeah.
And then the other two, I don't know, they seem a little bit over the top. But cool in concept.
I genuinely really like the one whose eyes are on fire. I think that is a great sculpt. I think that's something really fun. The other two, I'd have to see him in person, but yeah, I think the armored guys look spectacular though. They're great.
Yeah,
the overall is probably like the overall is a mixed bag, but yeah, I think there's some really nice minis in there that like I think are worth having in anyone's like collection. Should you be a Nighthaunt player?
I would be keen to see how they play because it's one unit that seems to do lots of different things because you basically got 3 mini units in one plus a character. So it's like you've got the hero, you've got his bodyguards, then you've got some flamey combat guys, I guess, and some flamey shooty guys is how I would assume it would be. So it's like, how's that going to play on the tabletop? And obviously how it plays in Warcry is probably very different from how it plays in AOS. But I'll probably pick them up because I'll add them to my Nighthaunt collection at some point. Saying that, I've still got the last Underworld's Warband. I built them, but not painted them yet, so that's still on my Nighthaunt to-do list. The guy whose eyes are burning reminds me a lot of the Indiana Jones scene where the Nazis' faces are melting from the Ark of the Covenant. I get that kind of vibe from him, where it's like just a wax model dripping. Which is why I think he's quite a funny one.
But the circumstances you describe, i.e. many units within one unit, is very common for these Warcry squads.
No, that's true.
If you're taking a Warcry squad and it happens to be, the Cruel Boys or the Fire Slayers or, the Flesh Eater Courts, they've always got all of these extra weird components in where they've always got like a companion animal. They've got in the case of the Cruel Boys, they got the little goblin carrying the egg, and there's all that kind of weird stuff.
Yeah.
So like they always mix it up with different stuff.
Yeah, they do tell a really great theme, and I mean, I banged on about it loads about how I think the Warcry and the Underworld's Warbands are phenomenal in their own right, but they often don't feel like they fit in like an army setting, and that is the sort of double-edged sword of having these new units that come in and will effectively bloat those battle tomes over time if they keep going and going. Even though they're really fun and flavoursome, you almost want a Warhammer quest where these are the guys that you're taking on an adventure with them.
Yeah.
So I want this warband, I want the wizards, I want my little flamey guys, and I want to go on a little dungeon crawl with them fighting at some other people. That would be an awesome mini game. Someone make that.
Agreed. All right, last thing, Phil. The game of Horus Heresy has been renowned for bringing Space Marine on Space Marine action. And although you could have had the forces of the Custodes, you could have had the forces of the Adeptus Mechanicum, now, for the first time ever, you can add the forces of the Solar Auxilia, although you could have done that before, but now you're going to be able to do it with plastic miniatures, which, to me, really represents, one, the popularity of the Horus Heresy system, the faith that Games Workshop are putting into it, but also I think for Guard players of all creeds, it's a really, really exciting moment because it feels now that we are going to have something of a renaissance, if you will, of those, amazing Forge World kits that have been so iconic within the ranks of Guard players for so many years. They're going to be reimagined, re-realized in plastic. I think this is so exciting to be in a situation where we are looking at a new Lehman Russ variant, a new Malkador, a new Sentinel. I genuinely am sincerely very excited for what this represents for Guard in the general sense, but I'm more excited about what it represents for Horus Heresy as a game, because I think to really allow people to have a fully fleshed out plastic army of guardsmen in the game of Horus Heresy is really special, and the announce of this is nothing if not significant for that game, but the overall kind of health of this range. And I think, I think it's just going to be really exciting. I mean, Phil, you have spent more money than you'd care to admit on owning many of these vehicles, kits in resin. How are you feeling about this now? Is this something that you're excited for? Because I know, and I will preface this, you definitely had your reservations about Plastic Krieg within 40k.
Mm.
Is what you're seeing here with these plastic Malkadors, new Lehman Russ variants, that other vehicle that I never remember the name of, but it's very Solar Auxilia, the transport vehicle thingy.
Dracosan.
Dracosan, that's it. Yeah. Is this something you're hyped for, buddy, or are you just that over Guard now that you're just like, whatever. I own all these. I'm kind of okay.
Yeah, 50-50, let's say. Let me try and talk it out. So it's like, as a Horus Heresy person, or if you're into Horus Heresy and if you're into Solar Auxilia, this is fantastic, especially if you're like new to it and you want to get into it. The affordability aspect is great. The fact that you don't have to work with resin, although it has its pros as well as cons, most people sort of want to avoid that. So those are, sorry, got a bit of a cold. But those are all great things. And then carrying on with that theme of, here's the thing. I think the sculpts are okay for like the infantry, but they're not actually as good as the original resin ones. And I've seen people talk about this online. I've seen people do like comparison photos, like and they're just, these just are more simplified. They're not as detailed as the original ones, oddly or interestingly. And I can't quote him because I can't remember his name. Sorry for whoever you are. The original designer of this kit, is in not the original resin kit, but the new plastic kits, is on Instagram. He's no longer working for Forge World, and he talked about the project. He was like, "Oh yes, I was involved in making these. It was a real shame that this project was rushed." He also said, "Oh, the body of the sergeant or the sergeant head bits and arms is on the wrong body, which is why he was like, it looks a bit odd." And he was asked like, "Oh, why doesn't this look quite as good as the originals?" And, he talks about the originals were done by someone else, that they didn't necessarily have access to all of those CAD files. And what was also interesting about that is the person who originally designed Solar Auxilia apparently had done them as a project just to learn like CAD in general, and then it obviously got used. And that's a story I've often heard at Forge World, in that time when it's like becoming the new thing. But the other thing he said was it would have just been too many sprues, like the detail of those plastic kits and the way, obviously there's limitations in plastic molding, like you can't have undercuts and stuff like that, would have just meant that these infantry kits, to do a sort of faithful representation of those original minis, would have just been too many sprues to pull off. And I assume that was probably a similar reason for some of the design changes behind the Krieg. So it's a shame. I've seen lots of people talk about it going, "Oh, yeah, it's great to have them in plastic, but I much prefer the resin kits." And personally, when you do look at them, I do prefer the resin kits personally. I think some of these guys seem a bit more chunkier in terms of like the arms and legs. And some of the bits, like the helmets and chest pieces, just seem a little bit more simplified. But I do like them. Like, they look cool. Like the kind of the commander guy, with his, bald hair, screaming, and his like whole armor, like, love it. Like, he's really cool. I absolutely think they're pretty good. But if you were to compare it to the old one, you're like, oh, okay, then there's some criticism coming in. Like, what's your vibe with the infantry?
So I'm not as well affiliated with the original resins. I was just looking at the sculpts now as you were talking about that. Personally, I can see that there is a difference. I don't much believe that it's a significant difference, nor would I want to suggest that these are worse or better than what's come before. I think they are different flavors of the same thing. I think there's enough of it that it kind of works. I definitely could see it more with the Krieg than I can do with these guys. But at the same time, obviously, if you're a huge fan of this range and you've got loads of these miniatures, there are always going to be differences, and you're always going to like the familiar, and you're always going to like what you've had currently. And I think at the end of the day, I think that's a healthy place to be, because if you've purchased lots of these in the original resin, I mean, at the end of the day, you really should love them, because they would have cost you a lot of money to own. And you should be thankful that you yourself own those and are able to put those on the tabletop and use them, because obviously, you know, that's awesome for you. But I think for people that don't have that kind of income or don't have the desire to work with resin, I think this does a pretty good job. When I look at these kits, I think they look fine. If anything, actually, I think they look really good.
And I
like the
there's probably a lot more.
This looks cool.
Yeah, there's probably a lot more options that you'll get with the new plastic kits. There'll probably be a lot more interchangeability and compatibility with like upgrade kits and stuff, much like we saw with the Space Marines. So you might get some sort of new, weapon arms and things like that to go with the bog standard infantry to turn them into like the Volkite squad or whatever it might be. I think also one of the issues is, and I've always had this with the newer Horus Heresy, it's just the paint schemes are very like crisp and very like almost heavy metal style, as opposed to the older.
Well, they are heavy metal style, aren't they?
Yes. Well, I was wondering if these are army painted, but I was like, no, they're too good for that. But so they are heavy metal, yeah, and that's very crisp and clean, even if it's when it's weathered. But it's not, slathered in oils and weathering powders, which is what I always associate with Horus Heresy. So when I don't see that, it's a bit disappointing, and it's sort of triggers something in my brain. It's a cognitive dissonance thing, isn't it, when you see it? Because Heresy has always been sort of presented and painted in more of a kind of model painting type of way. Like it's more kind of traditional. Yeah, scale model, like painting techniques and stuff like that. Yeah, 100%. But obviously you can still do that with these when you do it yourselves. But yeah, I was going to say as well, actually, not to sort of jump around on it, but the Tank Commander sculpt specifically with the command console and the whole kind of vibe that gives off is something I really like. I really like the way that they've designed the commanders that sit on the tanks with the the display, and I think that's a really nice touch. I always found that the tank commanders in the 40k and even older kind of Heresy settings, when it's just a commissar with his head popped out over the top, presumably just yelling really loudly, that's quite, appropriate for the setting. But it's actually quite nice to see a build where there's clearly a lot of kind of connective tissue between the guy at the top and the guys underneath. Like the idea that he could be going, inputting, tactical data into a data pad and advising from the position that he finds himself in. I think that's a more appropriate representation of someone commanding a tank than, the guy with his head out the top screaming at the top of his voice. But yes. I think both have their charms, but I quite like that. Yeah, no, it's true. And I think they've done a really good sort of faithful reproduction of the tanks, much like they did with the sort of Space Marine ones. I think the most notable thing is, I think the sort of hunter-killer missiles, or whatever they might be called in Horus Heresy, are like very much like a new style. With the Dracosan, it seems like there's almost like a void shield generator on the back, which I don't remember ever seeing on the Horus Heresy one, but I probably haven't looked at that miniature in particular in the same way that I have a lot of the others, because it's not available in 40k. And I think that this will be one of the biggest sort of downsides and potentially sticking points for a lot of these kits is you just go, oh god, that's cool. I would love that in 40k, and I sort of don't think we will. And likewise, Malkador and the Lehman Russ tank. So let's save the Lehman Russ at the end, but Malkador, great to see it in plastic. The Bulldozer blade is very cool. I think it's pretty much the same as the original, because a lot of the riveting and styling are actually, I think there's a few bits that they've changed. So like on the front hull piece, the front hull gun, there's this sort of like side buttresses almost in a sort of circular. I think maybe that's added on because that seems to be the new solar auxilia thing. So what they've done is, especially with the Lehman Russes, they've taken the design and they've sort of solar auxiliated it. The Malkador was already pretty much there anyway, so I would be surprised if they made any changes to that one. I don't believe that you'll necessarily get all of the Malkador variants in Horus Heresy though, because in the current rules, for example, there isn't the Malkador Defender, which is one of the heavy bolters. So potentially, yes, we'll see this version. There's a battle cannon version and a sort of Vanquisher version, but we might not ever see the Defender. That just might either stay in 40k, maybe they update it to Horus Heresy and it'll get new rules there. That would be really interesting. So yeah, Malkador's great. The Lehman Russ is very cool. It isn't the Mars Alpha tank. It's not the Krieg one that everyone, I think a lot of people have been assuming it is, because actually there are a lot of differences. There's a lot of sort of nice touches to tie in with the Solar Auxilia tanks like the other ones, such as the Dracosan, which was only ever a Solar Auxilia tank. Again, like the whole front-mounted weapon, that's really different and much more noticeable in terms of like a change. It's got loads of like little trim pieces. Obviously, they've highlighted it in gold on this, and I think a lot of people have gone, oh yeah, it doesn't really look like a Lehman Russ that I'd want. But I think if you didn't paint that trim and you just painted it all grey, I think it would look really good, and it would probably look like a really good like up-armoured Lehman Russ. There isn't a filter at the back, which is always what you got on the Mars Alpha, and a lot of filter units appeared on some of the other tanks, like the Dracosan, that has a filter unit at the back. So it's a bit odd that it's not on this, but it also wasn't on the Legion Imperialis one. So I'm not too surprised. It's cool that you get a bunch of weapon options, even Volkite. The only one you're missing, if you wanted to take this tank into 40k, I think is there's the Punisher. That's not in there. And I think you're also missing not Hellhammer, but the mini battle cannon version, or the short range battle cannon, that you get. So, and it also doesn't come with sponsons, because Horus Heresy Lehman Russes don't have sponsons. So if you were wanting to buy it as a 40k tank, it is great, but you haven't got every option that you might want. That's going to be the downside. And yeah, they've got some exposed track at the front as well, which is cool because that matches the Malkador. And you can kind of see the sort of the track, the road wheels on it, which I think is kind of cool. So yeah, there's some nice differences and it's, nice to see a great, a redo of the classic Lehman Russ. Yeah. Have you got any thoughts on the Lehman Russ?
Yeah, look, I mean, well, first of all, the kind of mini or smaller battle cannon, I think, is represented. I think it's the first of the weapon options displayed under the Leman Russ image.
That's the normal battle cannon, because that matches the same one that the Mars Alpha, the Krieg.
Oh, so
one
what's
has.
the one that's on the? What's the cannon that's on the main image?
That's the Vanquisher. And what's cool about
that's the Vanquisher.
What's cool about that is the muzzle brake is actually kind of like you can see all the way through it, which is how it would be. But obviously the resin version, you can't really do that because of the sort of, the limitations in molding technology and things like that. So it's kind of cool that we've got a muzzle brake that's like fully formed. And you saw that a lot with like the Eradicators, like the, not the easy build, but the full versions of Eradicators, like the melter grills, like you could see through them and stuff. So, that's a really, nice touch, I think.
Yeah. So that's the regular battle cannon, and then you got the Demolisher on the bottom image of the Leman Russ under the infantry as well.
Yes, I think I want to say it's the Eradicator. It's the one that I've literally never taken. That's the one that's missing, I think. Because it's got and the Puncher. You've got the old style Plasma, which is again what the Forge World variant used to have. And then you've obviously got the Volkite, which is not new because that was also in a Forge World upgrade as a standalone thing, but isn't in the 40k landscape. They've previewed in the Warhammer Plus Lawmasters video. There's a screenshot flying around of the Shadow Sword solar auxiliary tank, so that's coming at some point. So completely new kit, all plastic, looks gorgeous. Again, similar styling, lots of rivets, lots of trim, and that's all good. And obviously there's plenty of other tanks. There's obviously other Macaroni variants, loads of other tanks that exist within that ecosystem. You've got Macarius tanks, which is, the ones that I've always said should have been the Rogal Dawn tanks. What's interesting with those, like especially with the Malcador tank, is that has always historically been a 40k tank. I think even, and I definitely know this about the Macarius tanks, not 100% about Malcadors, is like, they don't exist in Horus Heresy per se. What you get is use this model to represent tanks of this style and era. So because the Macarius tank was obviously built when Lord Solon Macarius was around, it doesn't, it didn't ever technically exist in Horus Heresy. I'm not 100% about Malcadors. I presume it was because they were meant to be precursors to the Leman Russes, if I get my lore correctly. So those were around. But what will be my worry is basically, and this is the pitch, is that they do a Contemptor / Leviathan Space Marine gotcha on the guard range. They will go, all of these cool Forge World tanks now belong in the Horus Heresy era, and we're going to legends them for 40k. That is my one worry with this range, is that's what they're going to do. It's like, yeah, cool. These Malcador tanks, you can't play them other than in Legends rules for 40k, because that's kind of what they did for all the Space Marine stuff.
It's a reasonable concern. I think highly probable that they will go that way. Obviously, the Leman Russ is such a iconic guard unit. There's no way that's going into Horus Heresy. I don't think
that would be.
But the Malcador for sure. Yeah, for sure that's going Heresy only. And Legend in 40k. They've got the Rogal Dawn. They don't need the Malcador. Like, that could just go away. But again, like with Space Marines in Horus Heresy and 40k, obviously there is a really robust range of alternate sculpts for really great tanks. So if you want a Land Raider and you don't like the 40k style, you take the Heresy style Land Raiders. If you want a Predator or a Rhino, those older sculpts, those Heresy era sculpts are phenomenal, and the quality of those miniatures are superior to the 40k Rhino, the 40k Land Raider, because they're sculpts that have been made in the last 5 years versus 20 years when the Rhino and the Land Raider came out. So I think there's a lot of great things to be said about that. going back to the kind of design and the style of it, it's fair to say that, the Forge World Malcador specifically is definitely a nicer looking kit in the sense that I think it's a little less angular and a little less, just a little bit more like real. But again, a lot of that will come down to how the Forge World team painted those back in the day. I think the color schemes that you can see represented on those old Forge World resin sculpts really elevate that tank. So I imagine if you see versions of this without this level of crisp detail and with more traditional miniature painting techniques, I think you'll start to see something really special. But I think it's just amazing to be in a situation where we are seeing Solar Auxilia brought to life in plastic, in Horus Heresy, and that for 40k we now have variants of, tank kits. And I think that's what I'm most excited about. The idea that if you are a guard player and you want some Leman Russes, sure, have a regular run-of-the-mill Leman Russ, have a squadron of them, but then should it be that you wanted 2 squadrons, you can bring in these other kits, and that will allow you to kind of form some differentiation between, those units or those entities, I guess. But I really like the Leman Russ kit. Have they confirmed if it's got a side sponson variant or not? They've spoken about that?
No, but I'm pretty convinced that you won't get them because they're just not in the rules.
Fine.
Unless they do an upgrade sprue or something to, sell sponsons on their own, like they used to do with the Baneblade. But here's the thing: I think the way they've designed the trim, going down with that center panel, like it'd be a lot harder to position one on, I think, without doing some work. Because loads of people have asked me about like my internal sponsons and if they're going to be compatible and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I think so, but I think you'll have to do a bit more work on it due to the positioning of the like side hatches, which they've changed the style of those to look more like the hatches on the Malcador and stuff like that. But yeah, it should be doable. I think, I'd probably like to get one of these and just run it as like a tank commander because it just looks much more heavily armored than the standard Leman Russes or the Krieg Leman Russes. So I think that's what I would use it for in that sort of style, basically. I've got 6 Leman. Well, I say at least 6. I've got 6 built and painted. I've definitely got enough to make more. So yeah, will I want like to get another like 3 in this kit? No. I'd get 1 just for the novelty of it, I think. However, if you're starting guard, like you'd almost be a bit silly to not look at this kit instead of the standard one. The downside is you might not have all the weapon options that you want, and if you want sponsons, you're not going to get those. However, people like myself and other third-party retailers or 3D printer bros out there will no doubt have you covered for a variety of, different upgrade kits for those 40k options, basically.
Agreed. And the Sentinel looks okay. Not to my taste, but again, it's interesting that all of a sudden in the span of like a year and a half, we've gotten 2 new versions of a kit that was perfectly fine as it was.
Yeah, I quite like it. It's very odd looking.
It's got like a RoboCop vibe to it. It's like that. I don't know why, but it reminds me of that one that shot himself in the head in RoboCop 2.
Yeah, it's got, I like the fact it's got sort of like a bit of a front hatch to it. And the problem with the new, I really like the sculpt of the new Sentinel kit. It sort of took it away a little bit from being a bit of a ATST from Star Wars, and this does that, ramps up to 11, right? It sort of goes, well, we'll take the concept of Sentinel, but we won't have it looking anything like the sort of the Star Wars ones. And I think in a way that is got much more like a steampunk vibe to it, or what's it called? It's like, yeah, it's like Ray Gun Corps or something. There's like these kind of different sort of retro sci-fi aesthetics that the Solar Auxilia quite often lean into, and I think this is definitely it. And personally, I'd almost, because I got some of the very old, or the original Sentinel kits to run for my Krieg instead of the new ones, because I was like, I'll get these ones before they sell out. However, I'd almost quite happily have these kits as my Sentinels now, because I actually think these look more Krieg than both the originals and the sort of a more modern version. It's got a real like industrial vibe to it. So yeah, they are odd looking because they're kind of completely new, but I'd like them. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I agree. I think overall it's a great thing. I think, again, Horus Heresy is a great game. Definitely deserves your attention. And I think if you were one of the people who understandably are underwhelmed by Horus Heresy because of the marine on marine aesthetic, this is a really promising thing. And I think if we can end up in a situation where they comprehensively release a range of Solar Auxilia and they are successful, maybe we see the Mechanicum, maybe we see an expansion of Custodes, maybe we even see more sculpts that cover things like the demons, and those elements really kind of come to the fore. I think that's really exciting.
Yeah, I would love them to do the whole thing like that. And I assume this is just a drop in the ocean for the Solar Auxilia, and that there's a lot more to see over time. I just want to say again, the Groton Armour Transport, beautiful model. I've always wanted it in 40k. Okay. I'm like, just bring us that tank in 40k. It's gorgeous.
I mean, there must be something that you could kind of, it would just be a very, very heavily armoured Chimera, I suppose.
Yeah, basically with a demolished cannon on the front. There was I think it was called Chimeradon. It was like variants of the Chimera, and I think one of them might have had a demolished cannon on the front. There was one that had several, different, like quad, I think it was like quad auto cannons or something on it. But
I assume it's no longer an aquatic vehicle at that point.
I'd assume not. No.
I used to love that rule back in the day. You remember that forever,
yes,
all the way through to like 8th edition, the Chimera had that rule that never came up ever. I think in all the times we played together, I think there was only one instance when we were playing on a themed board where there was a river. I think we played with like Joe or something when he built like a thing, and it was like literally like, oh, I could go over the river because I'm aquatic. Glory were the days of those obscure, unnecessary rules. But look, there you go. Look, overall, I'm going to say it again. I said it at the start. I think it was a great series of reveals. There's so much good stuff in there. Really good way to kick off 2024 and, Warhammer in the general sense. Really exciting things happening in 40k. Some great stuff going on in Age of Sigmar, and Heresy just looks like it's going from strength to strength. And when you consider everything else that's on the horizon, everything that's going on with Old World, the potential or likelihood of 4th edition Age of Sigmar coming this year, it's very exciting to imagine all of the great stuff that we're going to have this time in 2025. So genuinely really hyped. Well done, Games Workshop. Well done, Warhammer community team. Great job. Look great. Really excited for all of it. Well, not all of it. Those elves can get in the sea, but otherwise looking really cool. Final thoughts, Phil?
Just same as you. Yeah, really good. Really enjoyed pretty much all of them. Very excited for what we'll see this year. I'm sure my wallet will not be excited. But there's definitely some kits there, especially the Night Haunt, that I'll definitely be picking up. I'm really excited to see what they're going to do with Solar Auxilia in terms of the rest of the plastic ranges. But yeah, slightly intrepid about the a potential loss of vehicles that might happen for 40k down the line, which would be sad if it's going to happen. But I'm ready for it now. I've seen what it's like for the Space Marines, so I wouldn't be surprised. But overall, other than that one thing, I'm very excited for the rest of the year.
Amazing. All right, cool. Thanks all. Transitional noise. Hey all, we're going to talk about the balanced data slates and or ministerium field manuals.
Minotaurium, isn't it?
Yeah, whatever it is. The
Munitorum.
Minotaurum. Yes, that's right. The MFM. The Muffama. A Muffama. Ooh, it's a Muffama. Anyway, it doesn't matter. These are the things we're going to talk about because, Warhammer 40,000 in it. So, first and foremost, me and Phil coming out this relatively cold. We've done a little bit of reading up beforehand, but, we're going to try and kind of give you genuine reactions, thoughts, theories, all that fun stuff as we get into it. And just talk about the general vibe in the general sense. That sounds about right, doesn't it, Phil?
Yeah, that's our usual attitude towards these kind of things.
Absolutely. It's worth saying that there are almost certainly better, well-researched, all-around good versions of commentaries on the Muffama and the balanced data slate. But we're going to try and do our best. We'll see where we land. Apologies in advance for any mistakes. Do please sense check our sources because we may have made some errors. Isn't that right, Phil?
No, we are always correct. 100%. Yeah.
So first and foremost, one of the things about the balanced data slate this time around is that new or revised sections are marked in red. It's almost like they looked at what the Age of Sigmar people were doing and went, I know what we need. We need to make it more obvious the things we change. Although, to be fair, they had always been marking changes in red, I suppose. So maybe actually it isn't that remarkable.
They've marked the changes to where you swap out wording from rules in red, and now you get a little plus symbol where they've added in new rules for particular armies. So basically, the balanced data slate is a combination of the previous one where they've kept some stuff in. So those are still present. And then to make it obvious, or as obvious as possible, what they've added in this January one, they've got the plus symbol. Because obviously...
Doesn't it drive you a little bit mad, though, that they show you a red plus symbol and then all the plus symbols have different colours?
Oh, I can't say I've noticed that. Hold on.
Did you not pick up on that? That literally
they went, plus symbol.
Yeah, and then every plus symbol in the actual document is a different colour.
Right, yes, they've colour-coded them to the faction, which sort of makes sense. I'm not averse to that, but I guess that's, to go, this is still in the Eldari section, these ones are for the Astra Militarum, etc., etc. Unnecessary, I think, but it's okay. Odd.
But anyway, there we go. So those are the things they've done from the general sense. So in terms of all the various rules and words and things, in terms of the core rules, it doesn't seem like there's any dramatic changes. Devastating wounds, again, seems to be that each time attack is made with such a weapon, if that attack scores a critical wound, no saving throws or of any kind can be made against that attack, including invulnerable saves. Such attacks are only allocated to models after all other attacks made by the attacking unit have been allocated and resolved. And then it is bulleted as saving throws cannot be made against critical wounds scored by this weapon, including invulnerable saving throws. That sounds pretty much the same as what Devastating Wounds was before. I imagine it's just a specific clarification, so probably not something we need to dwell on.
No, well, here's the thing. I'm not even sure if that bit in red is new for this time, or if that's just there it is from previous, because it doesn't have a plus symbol next to it. So this is a bit that I found quite confusing. They've got obviously red to mark changes, but not necessarily new changes from this balanced state to the last one. So I think those changes in red are for the wording that was in the previous one. So yeah, I think all the core rules haven't actually changed because none of them have actual plus symbols next to them. So
Fair.
They talk about devastating wounds. Basically, you can't make armor save throws against them, but they're not mortal wounds. That was the change from the last one. That's the same. Modifying a stratagem CP cost. Basically, if it's not a named freebie stratagem, it's only battle tactics. That's the same as the last one. Stratagems can only be used more than once per phase and turn. They sort of clarify that. Fire Overwatch, they corrected, so line of sight is needed, and you can't target a Titanic unit with that stratagem. Pretty sure that's the same. The update to Insane Bravery, where you got to do it beforehand rather than after the roll for the bravery test, that was the same. And then, I think aircraft are exempt from the rules about drawing line of sight to ruins. So all of that is the same as the last time. I think it's only the faction-specific stuff that's really changed in this balanced Dataslate, with the caveat that the core rules and designer commentary have actually updated loads of stuff that does affect the core rules, but they're not in this, which is a bit confusing, and that's almost a debate in and of itself. That they're not in here to explain what those changes are and how they've potentially impacted the game. But I assume Games Workshop's logic is, well, these aren't real changes to the game based on the balancing the factions. They're just updates and erratas, and we're just clarifying things, even though some of those clarifications actually completely change how some of those things worked and have actual changes in them.
Indeed.
So, yeah, that's confusing, especially when it's like a 20-page long document. Yeah,
it is one of those things, isn't it, where you kind of want like the balanced data slate just to go, by the way, these things, and then if they need to explain the nuances of how the fly keyword or how fly works in the modern context, by all means, wax lyrical about that all you want, but just sort of like, if you are making changes or clarifying things or updating things, probably worth putting it in the one doc that everyone's sort of looking at initially.
Yes.
Because, it does feel like they snuck some stuff in there, but nothing too ridiculous by the seams of it. But
no, true. And I think the blog post, like for when they release it, it sort of briefly mentions some of those things, but doesn't really go into it in detail. And what you need is a bit more like a sort of a change log of, these are the things that we've added to the rules or modified the rules potentially, or at least the cliff notes, and sort of just say, this is where you can find this rule. Change it in is it in the core rules? Is it in the balanced data slate? Is it in the designer commentary? So stuff like that would be nice going forward, I think, just to make some of it a bit easier to find.
Yeah, no, it would be super helpful of them. But, I mean, they're doing the best they can in the difficult circumstances they created for themselves. So, you can't be too harsh on them. But fine. So, look, I mean, from a core kind of standpoint, they made a load of massive changes before. Most of those are still represented. I'm sure someone out there knows why some of these words are in red and some aren't. They probably clarified very specific things. And I'm sure that's been very useful. I read them, and they read like the kind of common sense thing I was probably playing them as before, but maybe someone out there found like a very particular edge case where they were like, I have done a thing. Aren't I clever? Yes. And you probably are. Well done, you. Yes, indeed. So, fine. There is another document that's for the set. There's this long, lovely rules commentary. We won't get too deep into that. There wasn't really anything in the rules commentary. I heard people saying stuff about like changes to like rapid ingress, and then I was like, but it looks like exactly the same as it was. A lot of people were talking about how rapid ingress only worked on
Yeah, so that was actually one of the changes that they've made. They've clarified that rapid ingress requires you to have the deep strike key.
No, you see, no. I heard that too, but you actually read it. That's not right. That's not right, Phil. And I apologise because I was the one that told you originally that was the thing, but I further looked into it. So if you look at rapid ingress on page 20 of the rules commentary, it states that if you've got the deep strike ability, you can be set up as if you've got deep strike, but everything can use rapid ingress. But I was listening to, and again, I won't say it was because in case I've misheard them, but I was listening to some people commenting on it saying, no, rapid ingress only works on deep strike. And I was like, it seems very odd. I didn't trust it. And I was right not to trust it, Phil, because I was, they, and then by extension, I was wrong for a time, but not at the point of recording. Rapid ingress is exactly the same.
So I guess it's based. I mean, isn't that how people were playing it before? But I guess maybe people were saying, even though I've got the deep strike ability, because that's something you do at the end of the movement phase, I can only come on from reserves, i.e. from a board edge.
Yeah.
When I rapid ingress. So I guess it's just clarified that, yes, if you've also got deep strike, you can just appear anywhere, which is, I think, how most people were playing it anyway. So yeah, that's interesting to note. And well done for finding that clarification. On a similar thing, they made a mild change to when you come out of a transport, I think it is. So they basically say when you come out of a transport, you count as having made a normal move, but not actually made a normal move. So basically, it's a bit of a weird one where it's like, so for the purposes of a lot of things like shooting, you count as having made a normal move, but specifically for the purpose of Overwatch, you haven't actually made a normal move. So you can't Overwatch units disembarking from a transport. And this was in the designer's commentary. Because you count as having made a normal move, but not actually having done it, which kind of makes you think they should have just used some different verbiage for when you do that, because they're going around a bit in circles saying, oh, you have made a normal move, but not really. And it's like, should be one or something
it's a weird
else.
One. Because I was checking again on this one, and I'm not sure. And again, I'm not entirely. It's a whole thing. I don't know. I was reading the stratagem that is Overwatch, right? And like the Overwatch stratagem reads, your opponent's movement or charge phase just after an enemy unit is set up, or when an enemy unit starts or ends a normal move, advance, fallback, and charge move. So technically, being deployed out of a vehicle could be a setup, but I don't know. I just
I assume that it isn't the case, and that's one thing I was thinking, but haven't checked yet. I think setup is basically coming in from reserves, whether that's deep strike or rapid ingress. So there you can be shot at. I think coming out of the transport, you're technically on the table, but you're also off the table because you're inside the transport. So I think you make your counters having made a move, and I think it's a specific disembark move. Which isn't really clarified under anything else. So yes, I'm pretty sure the designer commentary says you count as having made a normal move, but not having actually made a normal move. Ergo, things that needs to have made a normal move to be targeted, i.e. Overwatch, don't work.
It's clear as mud is what we're essentially saying at the moment. But yeah, long story short, there's a bunch of stuff going on with that. But let's talk about some of the faction rules, because that we can all universally agree on. They are here and written in relatively clear language. So the first one is Adeptus Sororitas. I don't really feel like we need to linger on this one particularly, but Triumph of St. Catherine, relics of the something or other.
Matriarchs.
Ebon, Chalice, and Sphinx. While Friendless Adeptus Sororitas unit is within 6 of this model, that unit can form up to 2 acts of faith per phase instead of only 1. There you go. So I imagine that is the most mild of adjustments, or it might have added more acts of faith before. I've never played or seen Sisters be played in this edition, and if I have, they've never had a Triumph of St. Catherine. So God only knows.
I mean, it might be one of those things where it was because the bit they've changed is up to 2, so it could have been up to 3, and they've toned it down because it wouldn't say up to 1.
Yeah.
Because the bit that already exists is instead of only 1, so it was obviously more than 1 before. So it feels like this is probably a nerf for Adeptus Sororitas based on that, but only a guess, because the problem with these updates is that they only tell you what they've changed it to and not what it was before. And I get that. It would have doubled the size of the document if they did. But actually, for context, it's quite useful to know what it was, especially when you go to the app or the PDFs. They've all updated automatically.
Yeah.
Or will have, within the hour. So unless you own a physical copy or you downloaded a copy, you can't cross-reference what those things originally were. So again, change logs. Just go, this is what it was, this is what it now is.
Yeah,
super
nice,
handy.
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's weird as well.
It put all the blogs out of business when these things come out.
Well, that's it. And what's weird about it as well, right, is like you listen to the MetaWatch video and they get their person on. Not Stu Black anymore, some new person.
No.
New person. Ooh. Although they just sound like Stu Black. It was like another person doing a Stu Black impression where they just sort of go, oh yeah, Goldilocks Zone. Although I don't actually think he ever said Goldilocks Zone.
I actually think he did a much better job than Stu Black. Sorry to diss Stu Black somewhat.
I'm flabbergasted to hear
I
you say
thought
that.
he was. I thought he sounded like he knew what he was doing, whereas I feel like Stu Black is clearly the manager of a department.
He was trying his best, Phil.
40K.
He was trying his best. Give him
Whereas this guy feels like he's an actual game designer that's worked on writing these rules, so has a bit more insight and knowledge.
But even then, doesn't actually really speak to any particular instances or examples, just kind of talks about what has happened, but doesn't really talk about the ideas behind it. It was very much a case of like, it would have been nice to have understood why this is now 2 or whether it was, anyway, that's all I'm saying. It's interesting.
Anyway, we can't all be. Was it Matt from the AOS MetaWatch? I mean,
Matt from the AOS MetaWatch team. Gold star. Anyway, I got my altar to Matt in the corner. What a lad. Actually met him, didn't I, Phil, at the AOS Doubles? Didn't I?
Well, I guess we all did, although I didn't actually speak to him. I just sort of walked past.
That's fine, because I was monopolising his time, grovelling at his feet.
No, you were. You were, yes. Yeah. So the next one's Adeptus Custodes. I can actually talk about this one.
And you can talk about them, yes.
So this one is basically they're undoing the change in the last balance Dataslate, which is the Aegis of the Emperor detachment rule. So you get a Feel No Pain 4+ against mortal wounds, but obviously they changed critical wounds to no longer be mortal wounds. So for the last X number of months, critical wounds just go straight through Custodes because they don't get a save against it. Now they've changed it, so you get a 4+ save against mortal wounds and critical wounds caused specifically with devastating wounds ability. But that's the only way you do critical wounds, so that's good. So that's actually a huge buff for Custodes.
It's not the only way you do critical wounds. A 6 is always a critical wound. It just often doesn't turn into anything.
Oh, yes, but this is specifically critical wounds caused by the devastating wounds ability. So, yes, you're right. A 6 is a critical wound, but doesn't do anything innately unless you have an ability which triggers it, basically.
I must go and look at something really quickly here just to get really finickety about stuff. Because you know me, Phil. I love finickety. Let's get into
fair enough.
Did you read the next one? I'll come back with my finicketiness.
Well, the other changes are still from before, so they kind of capped the unit sizes of the Custodes units, and one of the stratagems, Unwavering Sentinels, is an epic deed rather than a battle tactic, which could be used for free with captains and stuff. So that's all the same. That's from the previous one, but it's actually quite a big change to Custodes. And then the other big change was actually in the designer's commentary, where they clarified abilities which ignore modifiers, which specifically affected Trajan Valoris. So basically things like Armor of Contempt, which is -1 AP to a weapon, or something that does half damage, like a Catan, I think, does that, or is capped at, or like -1 damage. Avatar of Cain, for example. Those modifiers don't affect Trajan and his unit. So that's clarified. It was interpreted that way sometimes, depending on who was playing, but they've just clarified now. So actually, that's a huge buff for Custodes, but tucked away in the core rules rather than balanced Dataslate. So I think most Custodes players are quite happy with those changes, which is good. What have you found?
Definitely. No, so it's one of those weird things, right? So again, obviously, it's fine. It's fine. Like, obviously, it's intended that you're going to basically be able to roll 4+ feel no pain against the damage caused by a critical wound. But a critical wound in and of itself doesn't cause damage.
Are you talking about a 6-2 wound causes a critical wound? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So it says here, you get feel no pain 4+ against mortal wounds and critical wounds caused by attacks with devastating ability. Fine, but a critical wound doesn't do any damage. The damage characteristic is the damage is what does the damage. The wound doesn't do it.
I think that's just sort of semantics.
Oh, it is. Like, I'm telling you now, like, it's total rubbish. But what it's more illustrative of, and where I was sort of going with it is that it does feel to me that it would have been better, and I know it would have been a lot more work for them, but it feels like they've sort of screwed up their kind of like wound damage resolution situation with these Custodes to the extent that I feel like they probably could have just taken it back and created, maybe like completely overhauled the devastating wounds keyword, or just the ability rather, and kind of just like re-sculpted the way that it works in a process, basically. So it just becomes a case of like Custodes' ability is they have feel no pain against any weapon that does devastating, but then I suppose the problem then is that it's so critical wounds caused by maybe actually they've done it correctly. Maybe I'm wrong, Phil. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, you could say you can suffer wounds by a weapon with devastating wounds by just naturally rolling to wound it, say 4+. You haven't rolled 6+ to trigger the critical wound, which does the ignore armor ability from devastating wounds. It's a bit of an odd one, but it's one of those weird things where it's like mortal wounds had its place in 8th edition as you do bonus wounds somehow, it's always a mortal wound. Then it feels like that's what devastating wounds is designed to be, but obviously they've gone, devastating wounds combo is somehow too strong, so we'll tone it down to not be mortal wounds. But now there's almost not many mortal wounds in the game, and that's where the issue with the Custodes ability came in, where all of a sudden it's like, well, there's not much that actually deals just mortal wounds, because now the majority of things that either did mortal wounds or the majority of damage or lethality in the game is actually from things like devastating wounds, not mortal wounds anymore.
I think, again, not to get too finicky with it, but I feel like for that Aegis of the Emperor statement, it should be like damage caused by critical wounds with...
Yes, I think you're right. It could have technically said the damage caused by critical wounds.
Yeah. Like, I feel
that's just so worded. I think if you say a critical wound, you know what it is, because...
Yeah, you understand the intent, right?
Yeah.
Like, you understand the intent. But what I'm saying is that the reason why we have all these words and these erratas is because people like to pretend like they don't understand the intent, and that's why it's often interesting. Plus, I love a little bit of rules lawyering here and there. It's fun, isn't it? It's a fun old time. But well done, Custodes players. You've got, units of up to 5 things. That's not new. It's literally just the Aegis of the Emperor that has changed for you there. So yeah, good, great. I think that's awesome. And as I understand it, got some points reductions. So probably in a good place now.
Yes, so in the Momentum Field menu, the Terminators and jet bikes went down, but weirdly not the Forge World variants, which were always equally pointed to the Games Workshop 40k ones. So that is a bit of an oversight, I feel, especially when the 40k stuff is actually perceived as a lot stronger than the Forge World stuff. But again, it just sort of goes to show that they don't care about Forge World stuff, really.
No, they don't. Away with you. All right. Eldari seem to have gotten a lot of changes. Changes like Strands of Fate army rule. Now you only get 66. I can't remember how many you got before. Probably 100 or something.
I want to say it was 9, but I don't actually know.
Yeah, so Strands of Fate is a stupid rule. Eldari shouldn't have it, but they do. They managed to go 8 editions, or, well, let's be honest, probably close. Well, they were in Rogue Trader. They managed to go 8 editions without Strands of Fate, although I don't know if they did have something like Strands of Fate in Rogue Trader. They might have done. Didn't play it, but they definitely didn't in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th edition. So, Strands of Fate is a silly rule. I don't like it at all. The fact that they've reduced it to 6 seems all right, but really, I hope that when the day comes that they get around to giving us an Eldari Codex, this and rules like it go away. Although, to be fair, I don't mind it for Sisters because that's been their gimmick forever. For them, I kind of forgive, but then they don't have the kind of raw damage output of the Eldari. So, Strands of Fate, thank God it's been nerfed, although now everyone will just take Aldred Olfram because he'll give you an extra 3. So you're still going to get 9 anyway. You just got to pay that Aldred Olfram tax, I guess. But, any thoughts, feelings on Strands of Fate, Phil?
No, it just seems sensible to tone it. It feels like, I assume most of these changes for Eldari just to tone them down because they've been at the top of the charts faction-wise for a while, basically since the start of the edition. So, yeah. Anything they do to those cheaty Elder is a good thing.
Yeah. Fate's Messenger now only affects the bearer, which is a meaningful change. So this is the ability that once per turn, just after making a hit roll, a wound roll, or a saving throw, the bearer can treat the result as an unmodified roll of a 6 instead. It is still really good, but now it's a little less effective than it was before, which is a win. Yeah. Phantasm is quite a big change. So it's 1 Eldari infantry unit from your army. And you now don't move, I think it was 7 inches before. You now make a normal move of D6, and you cannot embark in transports. So still going to cost you 1 command point, and now only affects Eldari infantry units, and those infantry units could just move an inch, which isn't overly fantastic anymore.
Maybe like D3 plus 2 or 3 would have been better. So there's at least a bit of a minimum move. I don't know, but maybe that's a risk. It's the same with advance rolls. It's the same problem of like, I'm going to advance. I've just rolled a 1. Oh God, that's rubbish. So yeah,
it's more in line with what they've done with other detachment abilities. So like, I think it's the Vanguard detachment for Space Marines. They have this, but the difference is if you're a scout or you have Phobos armor, you move a guaranteed 6, assuming your move characteristic is 6, obviously. But if you don't have those armor types, you move D6.
Oh, so that's interesting. That's a nice way of representing actually the different marks of armor.
Yeah, so like
that's good.
Maybe if they made it that like Eldari Rangers, like the Ranger type, if they could have moved like a guaranteed 6, that would have been kind of nice. But again, at the end of the day, Phantasm was a very silly stratagem, and it's justifiably been nerfed. So fair enough. Moving on to the next thing, I already said it. Aldred Olfran gives you 3d6 up to 9. So they're just clarifying that you will get 9d6 with the addition of Aldred Olfran in your army. So that's nice. What's your feeling, Phil, on the fact that they've taken to writing the number next to the numbers? It's weird, isn't it, that they've gone for 9 as in
I think it does make sense, especially when it's next to a D6, because it would
That's
look a
fair.
bit odd. Although I know most people are kind of used to writing, 2D6 with a number 2. I think technically, from a literary standpoint, it's the correct way of doing things. Basically, if a number is, I think if it's less than 10, you write it out. And if it's over 10, you can do numerals. I think that's the sort of standard practice, for, like within publication. Or
Fair.
something to that effect. So, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
That's fine. The Night Spinner now basically doesn't stop you from advancing, but it does reduce your move and advance and charge rolls by 2. So the Night Spinner, still very strong, but not as ridiculous as it was before, although I imagine you'll still see them relatively consistently because they are still dead good, but now they just reduced by 2. So, yeah, a nice change, I'd say, to the Night Spinner overall.
Yeah.
The Incarn's Inevitable Death ability. This is the one, Phil, you will have seen this, where something dies. Off I go. That's like the thing with the Incarn. Yeah. Now, it's once in each of your turns. So it is your turn, as in if you're the Eldari player, Phil, it's in your turn, and you can only do it once. So you can't do the thing where you go, I killed something. Woo, I'm here.
What was it before? Like per battle round? So therefore you could do it in your
opponent's
turn?
Before. Well, at one point, you used to be able to do it all the time. Something's dead. Yeah. Whereas now, you can basically activate this in your turn. So you have to think about where you're going and live with the consequences of your actions.
Okay.
So, yeah, a good change on that front. And then last of the Eldari changes is Wraithguard War Construct ability. Once per battle round, when an enemy unit targets this unit, after that unit has finished making its attacks, this unit can shoot as if it were your shooting phase. When doing so, you must target only that enemy unit and can only do so if that enemy unit is an eligible target. There you go. A little bit of rules clarification on the Wraithguard ability, which is lovely to see. So, yeah, overall, it seems like Eldari got hit multiple times. I still think they're probably going to be very good, but they have definitely been hit a good few times here, which totally necessary. They were a little bit bonkers. So good to see the Eldari army being, knocked back a little bit, I would say. Any thoughts on that, Phil?
No, they all seem quite sensible, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, not too drastic, I don't think. So yeah, overall pretty good. It'd be interesting to see if they're still like a top tier army, probably, but maybe just not top of the pile. Maybe they'll be second or third in the next when Meta Watch comes around next time. But overall, yeah, pretty solid.
Indeed. Phil, you've been known to play the Imperial Guard. Why don't you tell us about the changes to their voice of command?
Yeah, so quite straightforward. They've basically made it so when you issue an order, you can now do it when you disembark from a transport or when you're set up on the battlefield, so kind of right from Deep Strike or Reserves. Before, it was something you had to do in the command phase. So if you had a unit in a transport or in a Valkyrie or something like that, or again, coming from Deep Strike, they could never get orders. And that was always quite frustrating because orders is like the fundamental glue of the army to like where their efficiencies baked in. It's like, cool, I've got my Kazakins. They're riding around in a Chimera. Cool, they're going to jump out and they're going to shoot at something. But it's literally impossible to give them any kind of orders previously. Whereas now you can have a commissar or another officer in that unit with them. In fact, I don't think commissars can issue orders anymore, not 100%. Anyway, an officer can be in that transport with them, and it can, when they disembark, they can issue the order to the unit that's also disembarked. Really good, nice quality of life for them. I'm sort of surprised they haven't, received any more updates, but, potentially that is quite a wide-reaching one. depending on your play style, or at least it opens up more play styles that you were probably avoiding because you were like, cool, I would love for this unit to come in from deep strike or reserve, but they're not going to do much when they drop down, and then they're going to be shot off the table. So what's the point? Whereas at least now you can have some punch when you're coming out of transports.
No, it's good to see. I think, again, hopefully something that adds a little bit more versatility back into the guard playstyle, because it feels like, certainly from what I've seen of them on the competitive circuit, they've just sort of been codex out of line of sight shooting. So hopefully being able to add something of a flavour to them would be good to see, really.
Yeah, in terms of a Minotaur field manual, they literally only got one thing that changed in points, and that was the Manticore going up in price. Again, I guess because it's got out of line of sight shooting. Literally nothing went down, which seems a bit odd, but, you know, classic.
Problem is with it, though, right? It's like, how much cheaper can you make some stuff in that army? Like, I mean...
Maybe that's true.
Yeah, like the guardsmen. I mean, what are the guards? How many points is 10 guardsmen in a minute? Like 40?
It's probably about that, I would say. Should we quickly look it up?
Yeah, you quickly look that up, mate. You have a look and tell me what a squad of guardsmen costs you these days. In your own time, obviously. You know, no one's waiting.
I'm trying to find it.
Shall I talk about the Blood Angels while you do that?
Hold on, infantry squad index.
Here we go.
So it's under unit composition, I think. All right, so 60 points. 60 points. So, you know,
I suppose though
that could be at least 10 points cheaper. Well, but that includes that includes like a heavy weapons. Yeah, 60 points for a heavy weapons squad, and obviously you get all your upgrades baked in for free. So
exactly, you get your special weapons, all the fun stuff. Next of the things to get the update is a Blood Angel update, which is cool. I've been known to play the Blood Angels, haven't I, Phil? I've played Blood Angels now and again.
Have you? Oh, sometimes, many years ago, surely.
I ran them at tournament.
Oh, you've technically had Blood Ravens, right? You had...
No, I've had Blood Angels.
Actual Blood Angels?
I've had Blood Angels for ages.
Like the army you've currently got, though, is Blood Ravens,
do you remember
right?
where... No, it's Blood Angels. I've got a Blood Angels army. Do you not remember we played in a doubles once and I had my Smash Captain? You remember the Smash Captain?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I thought they painted as Blood... You have a Blood Raven army, though, surely.
I do also have a Blood Raven army.
Right,
this is also true.
Okay, that's the one I remember. Yeah.
Oh, fine.
Why have you got so many of the same thing? Why have Blood Ravens and Blood Angels? Just pick one down.
Well, I don't need to. I've got both.
Oh, fair enough.
There you go. Anyway, the point is, I think this is a meaningful change for the Blood Angels. So the Red First detachment rule now is, Phil, are you excited? Are you pumped up? Each time an Adeptus Astartes unit from your army is selected to fight, if that unit made a charge move this turn, until the end of the phase, add 2 to the strength characteristic and add 1 to the attacks characteristic of melee weapons equipped by models in that unit. So pretty strong. So
was it just +1 strength, +1 attack before?
Correct, yeah. So now you are +2 strength, +1 attack. So for your standard everyday Boggo assault intercessor with a chainsword, you're now strength 6 minus 1, admittedly, but you've got like 6 attacks a man or something.
Jeez, that will murder a 60-point guardsman squad.
That will definitely chew its way through a 60-point guardsman squad. But it gets better, Phil, because the detachment is really good as well. I'm gonna sing its praises because there is also a battle tactic stratagem that they have access to called the Red Rampage, and that gives you lance and lethal hits on top of all of that. And that's a battle tactic stratagem, Phil. So just think, you could put that in a unit with a captain, and then you could charge it in, and then it would cost you nothing in the combat phase. You could even do it twice if you had 2 captains, or 1 captain in one squad, something else in the other, and you paid for one and got the captain to do it free in the other. Ooh, what a time to be alive.
Oh yeah, that is quite clever. Yeah.
It is very punchy. I tell you what, I genuinely think Blood Angel intercessor armies are legit scary because I ran a 10-man regular intercessor squad with just bolt guns and a captain, and it was just tearing things up. And also, actually, I will say this as well, the Primaris captain, the standard Boggo powered armored Primaris captain, is an absolute beatstick, especially if you take him in Blood Angels. So you could make him an Artisan of War, which is a unique enhancement to the Blood Angels ability, and that gives him improves his armor penetration characteristic by 1, and gives him a 2-up save. So that's pretty good. So already your like AP2 sword becomes AP3, and then you basically run in. You get +1 attacks, +2 strength. So I think at that point you're like strength 7 or something. You get lance and lethal hits because of the red rampage, and then you use its once per game ability, and it's got like 11 attacks or something utterly mental.
Good.
Yeah, he goes a bit ham. But anyway, there you go. That's a bit of waxy lyrical. I like Blood Angels, Phil, even though you don't remember me ever playing them. But that's fine.
Well, I do remember you talking about Sanguinary Guard spam, so yeah, I've got some vague memories of it now coming back to me.
There you go. There you go. I appreciate I've fluttered between many different forces over the years, so it's understandable that you wouldn't remember. Anyway, next on the list of things to talk about is demons. Basically, they've made demon allies worse. Want to say anything about that, Phil?
Yeah, it just sounds like you need to have a battle line unit with the same keywords to have another demon. So you can't just spam demons in a chaos army. Is my vibe, right? And I presume one of the reasons why I've done that is so they can, because I think they've dropped the points on the Chaos Demon, so Chaos Demon only armies effectively have a bit of a buff without it really affecting Chaos players too much because they were too good before, if I recall. So from what I gather,
who were too good? The demons?
No, sorry, the Chaos Space Marines in general have been seen as too good. So they've got a few nerfs this time round. I guess that's sort of one of them.
That is one of them, yeah. Their access to demons. But it's weird, though, because like demons are pretty terrible in the general sense. And now it's sort of like, just throw another problem their way. It's like, cool, cheers for that. Appreciate it. But yeah, why don't you tell us about the Chaos Space Marine stuff, though, Phil?
So the first one is Marks of Chaos Detachment Rule, the restrictions section. So it basically says a unit can only embark within or start the battle embark within a transport if both of those units share one of the same keywords from the list above, which is the god keywords, Khorne, Tzeentch, Nurgle, Slaanesh. So I think that means you can't have a Slaanesh unit inside a Khorne transport, which makes sense. Then you've got the Dark Obscuration Stratagem. So it's changing its effect. It can only be selected as a target for range attack if the attacking model is within 18 inches.
It used to be 12.
Oh, so it's gotten better then.
No, it's gotten worse.
If your unit
being targeted.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So it's, a bit like the Assassins where you can only be targeted within, or lone, operative, within 12. They've made it 18. Oh, so it's easier to target them. Okay. Fair enough. You've then got the Profane Zeal Stratagem. They basically added in the Chaos Undivided keyword. So you can target one Heretic Astartes Chaos Undivided unit from your army that's not been selected to shoot or fight this phase. And so at the end of that phase, each time a model in your unit makes an attack, the bit that's changed is you can re-roll the wound roll. Don't know what it was before. Maybe it was hits and wound rolls, and now it's just wound rolls.
Yeah, I don't know what it was before either, but, it is now changed.
And then the last one is a Cursed Cultist. They've changed the OC of Mutant and Torment models to 1. I assume it would have been 2. So they've just toned down Cultists slightly as well. So yeah, seems okay. Not too terrible, I would hope. It seems like it's deliberately targeting specific army builds that were in play at top winning tournaments, is what I would assume.
Yeah. To quote an obscure rule from the past, Phil, do you remember Do you remember in older editions of Warhammer 40,000 that a rhino in older editions of Warhammer 40,000 would eat the people inside of the rhino?
Do you mean a Chaos Rhino?
A Chaos Rhino, yeah. So if you were embarked in a Chaos Rhino in games of old, the Chaos Rhino would eat the occupants.
Brilliant. No, I don't remember that at all.
No, it was incredible. It's because I suppose as a result of the fact that there was a chance that your rhino would eat you, you didn't take it. But what I would have thought wouldn't it have been cool if they just brought that back instead? So rather than you can't get in it, you can't get in it, but it might eat you.
That's true. Yeah. I sort of feel the game lacks that kind of random flavour to the game that sort of adds a bit of mischief and storytelling. It's like, yeah, these Chaos Gods don't get on, so if you are going to get in it, yeah, you will get eaten. Yeah, that'd be quite hilarious, but maybe that's, I don't know, too random, for want of better words.
Too much fun, isn't it? You know.
Well, basically, yeah. And I feel like when it comes to balance, it needs to be more rigid and standard, and you can't rely on randomness. And a lot of tournament players don't really want to rely on randomness, I guess. But yeah, that's a cool idea. I like it. Bring it back.
Bring that back, I say. Yeah, absolutely. Have it so as rhinos are eating their inhabitants or their, inbound warriors. Next is Death Guard. I've played Death Guard as well, Phil. Do you know about that? You know about my Death Guard?
I do.
There we go. The only change here is to the Biologia's Putrefier explosive maladious ability. Lord, I don't know what that says. Anyway, in your shooting phase, you can select one model from your army with this ability as the target of the grenade stratagem for 0 CP, and can do so even if you have already targeted a different unit with that stratagem this phase. Each model can only be selected for this ability once per battle. That's broadly what it was doing already. So the Biologist Putrefier was already giving that ability, but maybe there was some specific nuance to it before that they've now clarified with this. But as I understood that, that's pretty much exactly the same as what they already did. So that's a very weird one that they've apparently changed.
It's sort of worded in the same way as like captains or anyone else that gets a free stratagem. Because it's always 0 CP. It's only ever, each model can only do it once per battle. So unless it was missing something like that, but well done them for fixing whatever was wrong with it. And obviously,
exactly.
Real Death Guard players down would probably totally know what that was.
Oh, absolutely, real Death Guard players indeed, because we were all
casual fly-by-night Death Guard players.
Exactly, because we were all running the Biologist Putrefier before. Every one of us, we loved him. He was all over the place.
The other people I played always were.
Were they the Putrefier?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
He's got his squirty flamer gun, hasn't he?
No, you're thinking of the foul Blightspawn or whatever it's called.
They all sound the same.
It's all like different flavours of the same nonsense. Anyway, another army I've been known to play, Phil.
Are you going to talk about Deathwatch now? No, because there's no changes in that one.
No, Drukhari. I've been known, Phil, to play the Drukhari.
You have. I remember this one fondly.
Yeah, there we go. So they've got Power from Pain Army Rule, Empowered Through Pain section. So each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can re-roll the hit roll, and if it's a melee attack, improve the armor penetration characteristic of the attack by 1. That is silly right there. But re-rolling hits was not overly useful before because they were super weak and didn't hit particularly hard, and most people would make saves. So adding 1 to the AP is probably a cool thing. So yeah, that's nice to see, I suppose. That in and of itself is not a terrible thing for Drukhari, although probably because we're on the topic of Drukhari, we should probably talk about the other stuff that they've gotten, because they've also given them an entirely new detachment. But maybe we're finished with the detachment talk. But
there was one other ability that they got added on, which is the Archon can join Incubi now. Which is, again, crazy good, because Archons give you the ability to reroll wounds.
So Incubi with re-rolling wounds is quite nice. Immediately only re-rolling 1s to wound unless you empower the unit, which you're often going to do, in which case they get to re-roll all their wounds, which is bananas. So yeah. And I think they've clarified it because there was some shenanigans before where the court of the Archon could then accompany the Archon when he joined a unit of Cabalite warriors. But there's sort of specific language around that, around the fact that they could align into the Cabalite warriors, but that's a specific keyword that obviously Incubi don't have. So there was a whole thing with that. But the point is, Drukhari got some buffs there, but not content with just giving them those buffs. They also gave them a whole new detachment. And Phil, you know little or nothing about Drukhari. What would you guess is like their main gimmick as an army?
It's running around in transports, shooting people and chopping them up. That's it.
It's running around in their transports, causing all sorts of mischief and mayhem. So inevitably, the detachment that they would give them is a detachment that really wants them to run around in transports and cause all sorts of mischief, which is wonderful to see. I'm sure we're all thrilled. That being the Sky Splinter Assault. That's the name of it. It is their new detachment, different from the real Space Raiders. And essentially, the gimmick with this one is that each time a Drukhari unit from your army disembarks from a transport, to the end of the turn, that unit's ranged weapons ignores cover, which is really good. But also, melee weapons, Phil, get the Lance ability. Isn't that nice?
Pretty huge.
Well, especially when you consider that you're getting the +1 AP from being empowered from pain, and you're getting the reroll hits. And then if you're looking at things like Archons with Incubi and they're empowered, you're also getting the reroll to wounds and their Lance. A lot of it's starting to stack up to seem pretty good.
Yeah, so you get, from Power of Pain, you get reroll hit rolls plus -1 AP, and then because of this, you're also getting +1 to wound rolls through Lance, right?
Correct.
That in itself is a arguably bonkers combo just on its own.
Indeed. And then to make matters worse, they give a bunch of stratagems and abilities that synergize really well with the army. So you've got one called Wraith-like Retreat. So at the end of the fight phase, one Drukhari infantry unit from your army that's fought this phase can essentially move, or rather fall back into its transport, as long as it ends its move within 3 inches horizontally or 5 inches vertically. They can go back inside of the dedicated transport that they came out of. So you come out of the Raider, murder something, and then get back in the Raider. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, so every turn you're kind of guaranteeing your Lance abilities going off.
Absolutely. Bearing in mind as well, Phil, because people do forget this, Venoms have that ability natively. Are you familiar with this?
No.
So if you finish a fight phase within 3 inches of a Venom, you can just get back into it. As long as you're not in engagement range. So if you get out of Venom, kill stuff, you can go straight back into it.
It's interesting. Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, so it's end of the fight phase, but it's classed as a normal or fallback move. Yeah, because I guess it's saying that if you're in combat, you fall back, but if you're not, you can just do a normal move and embark in it.
Yeah. There's lots of interesting stuff. So you've got Swooping Mockery. Your opponent's movement phase, just after an enemy unit ends a normal move, advance, or fallback move, one Drukhari dedicated transport, or rather just transport, from your army that's not within engagement range of one or more enemy units and is within 9 of the enemy unit that just ended that move, is able to move 6 inches. So, intriguingly, they have tweaked the rules for Phantasm for Eldari because it was too good. And then they've just kind of sort of given a version of it to Drukhari.
But so they're transports, not to infantry. But
true.
Still, but they're the things that have got the infantry in, let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly, right? Imagine, if you will, that, what's happened is a raider has ran up, out came a bunch of incubi, they then charge out, they murder a bunch of stuff, get back in, and then you think, right, you pesky rascal, I'm going to go get you, and you move towards it, and it goes, yeah, see ya, and it's like, oh, lovely, what a treat.
Yes, that's pretty good, but it can't be. It can't have enemy units within 9 inches.
That's true. Oh. That's true. No, the enemy unit has to be within 9 inches.
Oh, and is within 9. Okay, right. Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, so you're right.
I mean,
yeah, it's a good combo with that other stratagem for sure.
Yeah. There's a number of layers to it that is all sorts of interesting for sure. So yeah, it feels like basically Drukhari have had points reductions as well, and they've had a number of buffs. So it feels like, for some reason, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it, Phil. I feel like Games Workshop had a few too many Drukhari box sets in a warehouse. And they were like, we haven't sold enough of these Venoms or these Raiders.
I thought you were going to say Games Workshop have had one too many drinks, because that also feels like what they've done. Yeah, it feels really strong. Now I get it that Drukhari were right at the very bottom of the pack from like the MetaWatch articles, but this feels like quite an excessive lot of updates, and the concept of a new detachment is super cool. I sort of just really wish they gave that to all the other armies that don't have a codex coming out in the immediate future. Back, and we talked about it a few episodes ago, I think, back in the days of chapter approved in 8th edition, the very first chapter approved that came out gave armies that haven't had codexes a bunch of like relics and warlord traits, just to tide them over to help balance it out. And yes, on principle, the Drukhari stuff's very cool. Just would it be nice if they'd done it to everyone? Because it sort of feels like,
yes,
that this is weirdly done as a balancing mechanic for the bottom army. And it's like, well, will the next bottom army also get this lovely treat? It's a bit of an odd choice, but I sort of wish they would have done it for more stuff as tide you over until something else comes out. So I think that would have been better. But it is kind of cool that they've done it, even if it's just for one army. But it almost feels like they didn't need all the other stuff as well. But, maybe we're wrong.
Games Workshop with these balanced data slates don't really feel like they're pursuing balance, but more they're just trying to fix obvious tournament problems. And it's a really weird thing because it just seems like they're just looking at what's like consistently doing well and what units are consistently featuring, and then just taking a hammer to them. And then in the case of something like Drukhari, where they don't really know what's wrong with them, they're just, throwing every like life preserver at them. And it just sort of feels like it's interesting because you just can't really ever sort of work out what it is that you're dealing with here. Like, you just feel like, okay, cool, we're going to throw loads of buffs at everything, or we're going to throw loads of nerfs at everything. And there doesn't seem to be much commentary or actual kind of understanding about why that is sort of necessary. Again, not to kind of wax lyrical about Matt and the AOS meta watches, but when those happen, I feel like Matt and the AOS team address problems. They go, right, this particular piece in connection with this ability combined with this scenario creates an undesired outcome that we hadn't foreseen. Therefore, we looked at each piece of the puzzle, and we decided that this one change adequately resolved the issue without neutralizing other elements of the combo in other instances where it was meaningfully meant to be effective. So, like, they look at the whole ecosystem and make changes that feel logical, whereas it does feel like with 40k, we're just throwing every possible solution at the problem just so that you can't complain anymore that we didn't try.
Well, I hope that they themselves know what they're doing in terms of, they know those questions and answers, but they just haven't explained them here because there's a lot of changes. So maybe they don't have time or the will to be that transparent about their changes, unlike maybe the iOS team where they want to explain it in a bit more detail. But it also, quite often they do say, we just want to fine tune and tweak things and we don't want to overdo changes. But then at the same time, they do overdo changes. I think last time a lot of Custodes players complained that they nerfed their army too much because they were in the top. And then this time with Drakari, it feels like they've done far too many buffs, potentially, because you would have thought maybe they'd just do a couple. I think also the problem is because they do this every, 3 months?
6 months, I think, or maybe it is 3 months. 3 months and 6 months. There's like different cadences for different changes, isn't there?
It's like they can't be so granular because they've got to wait at least 3 months to see any kind of results. And then bigger changes happen every 6 months, right? And if this was a video game where you could tweak something automatically and see the impact in stats within a day, that you could do those kind of finesse fine tuning. But I think because it's a tabletop game, it takes a while to gather stats, and you can't have iterations of rollouts immediately. You need to do it at a steady pace. Therefore, I think they've kind of gone, as much as we want to sort of fine tune stuff, actually we just need to sort of do a big sweeping change because they're right at the bottom, and then actually we rein it back in the next balance update if it's gone too far up. And if it hasn't gone up enough, or if it hasn't gone up too far, then great, they'd be fine where they are. So I think they've deliberately taken a big broad paintbrush to this one, I think, even though that's counterintuitive to everything they've always said about how they do things.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due, though. I think the changes they made to the Death Guard in the last balanced Dataslate were really good and really worked to rejuvenate that faction. I think Death Guard out of the gate were really bad. So the changes to the spread the sickness detachment rule was really valuable. And I think overall the changes they made to Death Guard have produced some real positives. Similarly, Votan. The solution to Votan was updating the way that like grudges worked, but also massive points reductions across the board. That was one of the things that really helped those guys out. So yeah, look, I mean, all things being equal, I think it is a bit wild that they are throwing this many buffs at the Drakari, but maybe this is what the Drakari needed. But the thing is that it does concern me that maybe Drakari will tip into being a bit too strong now. We've seen that within this game, the Eldari or Elder armies of all flavors have always got the potential to be too powerful, just because of how they synergize with kind of core match mechanics, shall we say. Like, so much of the Eldari gameplay is built around mobility, and so much of the game is determined by your ability to go places and do things. Yeah. So, yeah, it's interesting for sure. And it's worth highlighting as well that, like, there's no changes in here for Necrons or for Admech. Now, as I understand it, that's because they just haven't got enough data on them yet. They've not been out there long enough, so they haven't had enough time to look at them. I do think Necrons will be a real problem within the game for the foreseeable. They've obviously already proven their mettle by winning the LVO. But, you know, the Catan in particular is just an absolutely absurd unit with just incredible, like, power, but also durability. So, you know, even with all these buffs, are Drakari actually able to hang with things like Necrons? Maybe not. Maybe, you know, it's going to be interesting to see what comes in the future. But, yeah, look, at the end of the day, great for Drakari players. You know, people like me, Phil, us Drakari players. Way! But, yeah, interesting overall. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about in this balanced Dataslate? Do you care about the World Eater changes? Do you want to talk about those, or you feel like we're okay on this?
Can't say I know what they've changed. I've just heard that they've been nerfed, but I don't know in what way.
Yeah, so basically, Berserker Glaive enhancement is different now. Favored Corn enhancement is different now. And
now once
World
per
Eater
battle.
Demon Prince.
Yeah, so the Favoured of Corn enhancement's clearly been changed from whatever it was to now once per battle.
Indeed.
Yeah, the Berserker Glaive, add 1 to the attacks and damage characteristic of melee weapons equipped by the bearer. Could have been 2. Who knows what it was. But again, it's clearly been toned down.
Imperial Knights now, when they take the Lalo the Tyrant's ability, get to re-roll 1 hit roll and 1 wound roll now, though. So not 1 hit roll and wound roll of 1. So that's a meaningful buff to what that ability ended up being.
Wasn't that the thing where you could re-roll all hit rolls of 1 and wound rolls of 1?
Yes.
So, and then did they ever change it to just 1 hit roll, or was that
correct? They changed it to reroll 1 hit roll and 1 wound roll of 1. Now it's 1 hit roll, 1 wound roll.
Okay. That's fair. I think
that is fair, and they've reduced the points quite considerably, which is also fair. So I mean, it's a shame that Imperial Knights aren't going back to giving the big knights the bondsman abilities that are linked to the armigers. But at the end of the day, it's fair enough, I think. I mean, Imperial Knights, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if if these points changes make them meaningfully useful. I think Imperial Knights are definitely boogeymen in local scenes. At my local gaming club last night, a gentleman turned up with his new Chaos Knight army and played against a guy's Space Marine army. And he just couldn't. The Space Marine player just couldn't do anything about the Chaos Knights because they just didn't have enough answers to the questions that they were throwing out there. So it's one of those things
with them.
If you're having a hard time against knights and your army doesn't do well against them, they feel like an impossible matchup. But often as well, though, there are armies out there where they just have no issue at all, just wiping you out. Knights are always a really interesting army. I've really enjoyed running them. I think Imperial Knights are super fun, but they are definitely, they're certainly not an all-comers army at the moment. They've definitely got some problems.
Yeah, well, I think they fall into that category of they're a bit of a skew army to play against, but they're not terribly great at the objective game because of just purely on how the game's built nowadays. You need lots of models to get around the table and to be on objectives and do stuff. And it's like Knights don't do any of that particularly well, except the pure movement aspect of the models.
Exactly.
Enough stuff. They've got a lot of firepower and durability. Otherwise known as fireability, apparently. So they're good at that, but they struggle on the actual mission, I think. Whereas
nice.
Yeah, so that's just like Elder. It's like that's their fundamental army is just baked into doing that, and it's like you can't really change it without changing who the army is. And that's just one of those issues you come up with a game like this. Basically, you always have so something plays into the mission better than the other, and if you change the mission to just kill points, for example, Knights will do really well, but then maybe Elder wouldn't. Although they're still probably good. Yeah, that was it. That's all I had to say.
No worries. I lost you for a moment there, but you're back. Yes, brilliant, mate. No, I appreciate that. So look, in essence, balanced data slate, loads of new rules, loads of new changes, lots of exciting stuff to experiment with. I'm looking forward to seeing the kind of silly nonsense that people turn up to Beachhead with this weekend, where I will be doing some TOing. So I look forward to seeing how this stuff kind of plays out and seeing what kind of crazy stuff people do. But overall, look, I feel like at the moment, this doesn't feel like as significant a series of changes as what occurred with the kind of emergency patches that they did when the game originally shipped. But it is getting already to a place where it feels like there are a lot of documents involved in keeping this game afloat. I'm still 6 months into 10th edition. I'm still baffled by the decision to go down the route they did, rather than kind of iterating what was then 9th edition into a 10th edition, creating a new set of systems. That I just, it's one of these things with 10th at the moment. It feels like they've kind of made a tactical error because they're retreading a lot of ground where they're having to clarify basic systems rather than finessing armies. And it feels like, in a way, they've just sort of made their lives way more harder than they needed to, because had they just given us indexes, and built that on top of the old 9th edition system and created some universal special rules that, consistent terminology that all armies used, that probably would have been enough. But where we are at the moment, it feels like a lot of the time they've got to go in and clarify some of these key principles and ideas and systems and things. And, already it's like, 6 months later, if you've got one of those Leviathan or, one of those like hardback rule books that came out at the start and are still for sale right now, already this game is so loaded up with differences that it is quite, a different experience when playing, I suppose, at the kind of bleeding edge of the game. I guess the benefit of 10th edition is probably one of the easiest versions of Warhammer 40,000 to pick up and play. And I suppose with that, at least, if you are just using the main rulebook and ignoring all of this stuff, that it probably doesn't matter massively. You just sort of play the game as it is, and you probably don't understand or even worry about all of the kind of bleeding edge meta tournament stuff that requires all of these updates. So perhaps really, for those people who are, playing the rules as written in those books, they're having a perfectly adequate time with it. But it does feel like already, again, it's just a weird thing to be in a situation where you've got a game that is already being so, heavily patched 6 months in with loads and loads of extra stuff. Like, army books, fine, but the actual kind of, I don't know. It's just been really interesting seeing how it's being developed and what's happening with it. But cool that they continue to do it. Great news for Drakari players. Great news for Custodes players. Bad news for Eldari players, but they've had it good for a while now. And weirdly, relatively intermittent or underwhelming news for the majority of other factions, really. It feels like unless you were already a problem, you didn't get, any real solutions, I suppose. So, there's definitely a lot of stuff that feels underserved by this, and that is, in my opinion, a bit of a shame. But I guess it's just a consequence of what they're dealing with at the moment. There seems to be a lot of stuff that they need to try and keep on top of. So, fair play to them. It seems all right. Excited to see if it makes any meaningful differences. I have one last point, Phil, if I may.
Go on.
I really hate the point system, though. That is the one thing that is the hill I'm going to die on with this game, is I think the point system is terrible.
Do you mean the fact that all the war gear is free?
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous. But the thing is that's ridiculous about it is, again, I'm going to explain why I think Age of Sigmar does this better. In Age of Sigmar, right, I could take a unit of Iron Jaws Brutes, and my Iron Jaws Brutes could either have Jagged Gore Hackers or Choppers, right? Mm-hmm. Choppers have 4 attacks, hit on freeze, wound on freeze, are -1 and do 1 damage, but they're range 1. Whereas the Gore Hacker is range 2, hits on 4s, wounds on freeze, is -1, and just has 3 attacks, right? So less attacks, longer range, hits harder to hit. But the logic is because it's got the longer range, more models.
Get more attacks in.
More attacks, right? So it's good. If you're going to end up taking like a 10-man unit of boys or brutes, having them with the hackers is better than having them with the choppers. Easy.
Are they the same points, though, or are they different points?
Exactly the same points, right? But you're basically getting a little bit of a mild difference, a mild change. The situation we've got in 40k is that you can either arm your unit with the most destructive weapons ever created or a water pistol. And yet it's like, oh yeah, but if you give them the water pistol, it's the same points as if you give them the nuclear warhead. And it's like, but hang on, like what? And nowhere was this better personified in the Tau Crisis Suit unit now. So a Tau Crisis Suit unit, it's like 200 points for 3 models now, and that's because they can be utterly devastating. But if you're someone who's playing like a fluffy Tau army, it's not really a good look for you, is it? It's like, oh, cheers, now my crisis suits are basically unplayable because I've given them a flamer and a plasma gun and a missile launcher, which is kind of the fluffy thing you're supposed to do with them. And now essentially it's like, yeah, don't even waste your time because they're now 200 points. And I think that's the thing, like genuinely, sincerely, with the point system they've created, controversially, I feel like Games Workshop with 40k should have just dumbed it down to the point where they basically just gave a range profile to every model and it was just all the same. So it doesn't matter what is on it. You buy a Terminator box set, you give them whatever you want. They've just got gun attack, melee attack, and then just give them a profile based on that. So it doesn't matter what stuff it looks like they've got. That's a Terminator squad. Therefore, all of their attacks are hitting on freeze, strength 8, -2 damage, and all of their shooting attacks are, range 24, strength 6, -1, 2 damage or something. You know what I mean? Like just generalize it. Give them one range profile, one melee profile. Call it a day. Is where I'm at.
That's awful. I mean,
it is awful, but it's what they've created.
I get the logic behind it. Is weirdly, I think so. Legion's Imperialis does this specifically for combat, where combat is quite dumbed down to a dice roll plus your CAF number, which is your close assault factor, I think. So it's how good you are in combat. It doesn't matter if you've got power swords or power weapons or whatever. They don't care. It doesn't matter if you've got titanic feet. That is represented by literally a number plus a dice roll. So, but the shooting is much more complicated, and every weapon is nuancedly laid out in minutia, because that, I guess, is what they're focusing on. But can mean you get some odd examples in combat, and I sort of get what you're saying. But personally, I would like Games Workshop to go back to the minutia of being able to select your war gear options and
Agreed.
Points difference to it. I think that's where some of the flavor seems to be missing in the game currently, based in comparison to previous editions. I do miss that. One note while we're at it, with the Minotaurs Field Manual, they've at least given us a little up-down symbol now to show you whether something has gone up and down in points. I just wish at that point they also just told you the points differential, so they don't necessarily, because AOS gives you old points, new points, here's the points difference, plus or minus, 10, 20 points, whatever it is. 40k just says it's gone up or down, but you don't know by how much. So, and I totally get why they've done it, because they don't want to have to redesign a probably 60-page document and do a whole new layout for it. So they've gone, oh yeah, we can just squeeze in this symbol just here. But I think there's probably space also to do a points differential, which would be nice if they could do it. But at least they've given us something to give us an indication of whether something's gotten cheaper or more expensive. So that's good. Yeah, what you were saying earlier was also quite interesting about the core mechanics seem quite iterative. And I feel like that is very much indicative of what the state we were in with early 8th edition, where it all felt like we were along for this ride. We were playtesting the game essentially, and they were making core updates to it. And I guess the change to Devastating Wounds in the last one felt more like that. This time it's really subtle tweaks to the game. But yeah, there's definitely an issue where there feels like there's a lot of bloat within the rules structure already. You've got the designer commentary, which isn't really a designer commentary per se, because it's not really explaining anything. It's like actual fundamental core changes. So you've now got your Minotaurs Field Manual for your points. You've got the balanced data sheet, Dataslate for updates to your faction plus core rules. You've obviously got the core rule document, which gets updated as well. You've then also got the designer commentary on top of that, which does also fundamentally change some of the core rules. And I kind of wish a lot of that designer commentary would just go into the core rules and just be worded better in the first place. So you don't need an additional document with a whole bunch of extra words explaining the same thing twice. I don't know. There's something about it which doesn't sit quite right with me. It doesn't feel as succinct as how maybe previous editions have done it, but then maybe that's just my memory on what they did with designer commentary previously. But yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of places to look for rules, and I was trying to find something earlier, and it just took me ages to find it, because it's like, is it in the core rules? Is it in balanced Dataslate? Is it in designer commentary? I'm trying to find it. Like, the designer commentary doesn't really exist within the app either, which doesn't, nor the balanced Dataslate. Like, the updates to core rules, yes, are in there, but the other bits aren't. So actually, maybe they are as a downloadable. But when I was trying to search for it, I couldn't see it. So if it's there, it's tucked away, is what I'm saying. But yeah, I think overall it's okay in terms of what they've done in terms of the points. And as you're saying, they've hit the top and the bottoms. And if you're in that middling bit, it feels like you're like, oh, I didn't get anything, or I got a very minor tweak. But I guess their Games Workshop's logic is you're already in that kind of Goldilocks zone of the 45 to 55%. So you don't need to really be touched. And they're just trying to deal with the problem armies because they're too good or too bad. Even though there's probably other armies that are too near the top and too near the bottom. And, you know, they did talk, I like they talked more about internal balance this time, and I'd like to see that addressed more. But when you look at armies like, say, the Guard, where literally one thing changed in points, it's like, okay, you're not looking at internal balance then for these armies. Even if they just picked like 3 armies every balanced data set and go, we're going to update the points for these to address some internal balance. And they did that every time. So over the course of a year or 2 years, hopefully everyone will have a bit more internal balance being sorted out. And it feels like they talk about it, but they're not really doing it in a large enough fashion. And, you know, maybe they don't need to, because we've got codexes still to come out, and that's where the internal balance will get fixed for, you know, existing armies. But then maybe, you know, they haven't looked at Space Marines, for example, or Tyranids. So those are the first 2 codexes to come out. They could have said, since those codexes come out, we want to address some of the internal balance a bit more. It doesn't really feel like they're doing that yet. So it's great they're talking about it, and they talk about it every edition, but it never feels like they ever get around. They're too busy doing the external balance between the factions to ever get around to the internal balance of the armies themselves. So that would be cool to see addressed at some point.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, mate. I think there is always more they could be doing. But again, it is a small team that works on this stuff, so we have to be fair to them in that sense. And I think, you know, ultimately, under the circumstances they operate within, they're doing a really good job of churning out this stuff. But it is just that thing where it's sort of like, yeah, it's a weird one. 10th edition 40k is in a strange place at the moment, in my opinion. And I think I do actually really put a lot of emphasis on the points system for that. I find that writing army lists is strangely hollow, and also it creates these weird balance decisions. I think I said it either earlier in this episode or in the last episode, where I was basically pointing out the fact that, you know, a Terminator can either have a heavy flamer or he can have a cyclone missile launcher. And
yes.
Cyclone missile
is way better. Yeah, we talked about it in the last episode. Yeah. I sort of wish there was a little bit more customization in the army. It feels like they've gone from warlord traits and relics, plus a bunch of different like ways of upgrading characters and units. And the updating characters and units, while very flavorful, made the army lists a lot more complex. But let's just look at warlord traits and relics. They've dumbed that down to just enhancements, right? And only one character can have one of those things each. At least before, you could have a warlord trait and a relic. So there was like these kind of interesting combos that you could create to not only make your character really cool and powerful, or do a certain gimmick really well, but it also added like a lot of narrative flavor to your army and theming in terms of what it could do. And it feels like that's what we've lost by turning that into effectively everyone can just have a relic each, and that's it. So yeah, I mean, I can't see that changing this edition. Maybe in 11th edition they get around to changing it, or potentially they start doing maybe more thematic detachments down the line where you can then add your warlord can have an extra enhancement on top of the one that it gets normally. Like, that would be cool. Just because, in a way, at the moment, it doesn't really matter who your warlord is in your army, it feels like. Just like, pick a thing. It doesn't have to have an enhancement. It doesn't get an enhancement for free. It doesn't get an extra enhancement. There's no real benefit to your warlord over anyone else that you pick, other than which is one that's going to survive the longest.
Yeah. It's interesting as well, though, isn't it? Because you don't have any restrictions now either. You just sort of take whatever you want. It doesn't really create any interesting challenges. I mean, that is the weird thing. While you were talking about that, I was trying to think to myself, why is writing army lists for Age of Sigmar still fun? Because they still have the core problem, right? Like, it's the core thing. A unit of something costs what it costs, right? That's all it is. It's like, you want a unit of chain rasps. They cost what they cost for the amount that you get. That's the end of it. But the weird thing is with Sigmar is like, well, first of all, I've got to make sure that I've got a minimum allocation of battle line. Then I've got to make sure that I've got my general. And my general typically gets upgrades and things, quite a few upgrades, and they're quite meaningful. And my general is quite meaningful in the grand scheme of things, because if I don't have my general, I'm not generating extra CP, I'm struggling with other things, it unlocks other challenges. Also, you've got the battalion system, so you're trying to take models and put them into a battalion to gain other benefits, but to reduce your drop count. So there's lots of like layers to list building in Sigmar that make it more meaningful, because you're trying to prioritize certain things. Maybe you're building an army where your entire strategy is I'm building around the fact that my opponent is likely to let me go first. So my strategy is build an army that wants to go first and ignore low drop and just go for lots of enhancements and buffs and abilities, because the prevailing wisdom is that if you have the ability to choose, you're better off choosing to go second in AOS. So you might be like, I'm just going to build an army that focuses on going first, and I'm not going to look at low drops. I'm just going to go for damage. And like, that's the whole kind of thing. It's like Sigmar has enough layers in it. And also as well in Sigmar, if you're 30 points under and your opponent is on exactly, say, 2,000 points, you get like a triumph, and that triumph gives you a buff that accounts for your shortfall. Whereas in 40k, if you're 30 points over, it's just like, oh, well. It's like, there's nothing I can spend that 30 points on. It's like, oh, well.
Yeah, so in AOS list building, you get a general's trait, which is a warlord trait, and an artifact, which is a relic for 40k parlance. And you obviously can combo that on the same model, so you can get some interesting interactions between those rules, which we've lost in 40k now. However, I do like the fact that the enhancements in 40k have points associated with them. I think that's really good. I agree. I think if that almost, I'd like to see relics and warlord traits effectively exist in that enhancements system with points. I think that'd be really good, and I think that would actually work with AOS as well. Like if AOS had points costs associated with the artifacts and general traits, I think that would be fine. I don't mind that, because I think that's an interesting way of balancing those out mechanically. And you saw that back in like older editions of 40k, where it's like your warlord traits, you could have a really good one, but it'll cost you a ton of points. And then you had some kind of average ones, but they were a lot cheaper. And it's like, okay, cool, I can just squeeze this one in because I want to prioritize, super cool units instead. So I think, that's a great mechanic that they have with points. But I feel like with 9th, the criticism was that the codexes were too complicated. So actually what they've unfortunately done is they've kind of swung the pendulum too far in the other direction, and they made army list construction, which wasn't necessarily the problem per se, far too simple. Along with the army codexes being relatively simplified in terms of, you've just got a detachment that you pick and you've got stratagems tied to that. So yeah, I think they could push it back slightly towards the other direction and have the army building slightly more complicated, because that never felt like it was the problem per se. It was like the detachment abilities were kind of crazy, complicated in many respects, and that was the issue. So yeah.
Yeah, totally agree, mate. Totally agree. But there you go. Balanced Dataslate, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to stop talking about it now because we're going to move on to whatever it is we decide to do next. Transitional noise. And that's it, everybody. The end of episode 173. Although you know better than that. It's the outro, everybody, where me and Phil catch up in the general sense. Are we going to talk about the AOS doubles here, I suppose? That's probably the thing to talk about, isn't it?
I guess so. Yeah, I haven't prepared for this, so let's see how we get on.
Well, we were contemplating doing a more in-depth breakdown of the overall event as a Patreon video, much like we did last year. But the difficulty was me and Phil didn't play together at this AOS doubles. So because we didn't play together, making a kind of patron-y video thing becomes slightly more complex. So I guess it probably is satisfactory that we just sort of talk about it here. Because, you know, it is a thing we did recently. It was, I thought, incredibly fun. I mean, what was your vibe?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was really good. The number one surprising thing was that the terrain at the tables was phenomenally good. Every single table pretty much had different faction-themed terrain. Every board was themed with different stuff. One of them was like, you know, Seraphon temples, and they had like a little spawning pool with like resin on top of it, and they were obviously using the Seraphon-specific terrain. One of them had floating clouds with perspex blue sheets that represented like rainfall that was also holding up the clouds. There was a bunch of like, you know, aquatic terrain and some Zinchi towers that they had created. Yeah, the quality of some of the boards was really high, some less so, but overall that was, well, I wasn't ever expecting to see that. So I was quite surprised, and it was quite phenomenal, like the level of effort that they had put into building and painting, because the painting quality of a lot of them was really top notch.
Yeah, credit where credit's due to the event team. I feel like a lot is made of the way that 40k events are run at Warhammer World, and you know they obviously in the Warhammer World system or the Warhammer event system have a very specific way of running Warhammer 40,000, and what that results in is you get a lot of ruins. And they're all on bits of perspex, and they're all laid out in interesting ways. And to be fair, some of the Warhammer World or Warhammer events layouts of that perspex is actually quite interesting. I actually think they've done some fun stuff with that, but it is always just ruins. And the game of Warhammer 40,000 is consistently just played on mats with ruins. And, you know, that's fine. It's functional. It makes sense. But it is lovely to play AOS at Warhammer World and to be given really, really beautiful terrain. I think, you know, it is stupendous to just get the variety that you have there. And there are like all sorts of different shapes and sizes, lots of like crazy stuff that's just really beautiful. And it's great. It's really, really great.
And they also have different like terrain features with different abilities on, and every table has like effectively a key describing what all the terrain specific for that table is. So it's like it is table specific. So it says this rock is this tree is this tower is whatever, and you get like garrisonable, so you can, you know, embark within it basically. You get defensible, which gives you a bonus to your save. You get effectively obscuring. I'm not sure what the actual wording is, but you can't be shot through it basically because it ignores the line of sight. I think it is obscuring, and possibly a couple of other things. But yeah, it actually, because I know we sort of dunk on AOS terrain and go, terrain's not needed, and it sort of isn't, but actually it does make the game a lot more dynamic when it's in there. I would say my only criticism of that is sometimes, certainly in some of the games, we had a giant piece of ruin, like it was like a ruined Chaos Temple piece that was garrisonable. So it just meant whoever was on that was like, easily able to shoot at half stuff on the board and like be on an objective. And it was just, the piece was almost too big. It sort of dominated the table a bit. And then sometimes in the key, you would have this literal rock. It's just a mountain of rock is garrisonable. And it's like that doesn't feel like it should be. It feels like it should just be, obscuring or something. But it's like, okay, we go with it being garrisonable, I guess. So yeah, sometimes it didn't quite line up with what it was, but that was, I think, literally on one table of the 5 where we had that sort of as an issue. But yeah, it just made the games much more interesting to play on, I think, and much more, definitely a bit more dynamic, and you had to think about things like, okay, what's going to go in this terrain piece or hide behind it and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, mate. I think, again, lots of interesting nuance to it. And again, it's like player place terrain. So the way Age of Sigmar works is you roll off and the winner decides whether they want to be the attacker or the defender. If you're the attacker, you pick your deployment zone, or you have the pick of the deployment zone and you deploy first. But your opponent gets to place the terrain. So that was kind of cool. So you place the terrain, then then the person who picks the attacker goes, I want to be here. And then bam, you're off to the races. And absolutely, man. Like Warhammer World, Age of Sigmar is pretty. Like not all tables are created equal, as you've already sort of said, but there is some stuff that's gorgeous. One of the things that does sort of irk me ever so slightly, though, is that so much of the terrain that they're using on these tables, you can't buy anymore. Like it's crazy how difficult it is to get your hands on some of this stuff.
That's terrain in general with Games Workshop. But yeah, like I said, the Chaos Ruins that we had on ours is probably not been available to buy for over 10 years. Like some of it is like really old relic terrain, and a lot of it is new terrain. Like the sort of the Seraphon temples and stuff. And even then, I bet the Seraphon temple is available to buy, but potentially out of stock. But a lot of the new stuff just will be out of stock or no longer purchasable, basically. Yeah, which is a shame. And I think that's a flaw that Games Workshop just has in general around terrain, even for 40k stuff. They've done loads of great kits lately, and you just can't buy them pretty much anymore, which is a shame.
Yeah. But, mate, overall, had a great weekend. I mean, I got to partner up with Sean Power, the man, the myth, the legend. Follow him, Max Power, on the Instas. He's an absolute hero of a human being. He brought his Sob-like Gravelords to partner up with my Iron Jaws, and we did okay. We got 3 wins, 2 losses. One of our losses were to the people who won the entire event. So that's always a nice thing to say. Who, as well as being exceptionally good players, were also extraordinarily lovely human beings, which is always an incredibly frustrating scenario to be confronted with. But yeah, no, genuinely, man, had a great time playing with Sean. As I say, got 3 wins, 2 losses, which really happy with that performance. To me, I've been playing Age of Sigmar now for just over a year. Started basically this time last year, or rather kind of like December of 22, but really kind of kicked off in January of 23. So yeah, to kind of go a full year of playing the game, there's so many improvements to how I kind of approach the game, understand it, and I really felt that as I played through it, and just had a lot of fun. Because again, the game is just so swingy and so mad. Like this, it's hard to be frustrated by the outcome in a game of AOS, because although some armies have some real silliness, because it's still a game product. You do just feel like whatever. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and we had a really good time with it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But yeah, 3 wins, 2 losses. Massive thank you to all of my opponents. You were all lovely people. So, again, looking forward, hopeful that there's another AOS doubles from Warhammer World on the horizon soon. So as I can go along again, me and Richie were talking about doubling up at the next one and rekindling the old duo doing the forces of Zinch once again.
The Blue Meanies, but in AOS form. That's a great idea.
Yeah, we're quite sold on that idea. So we'll see if another one comes along. But yeah, honestly, massive credit to the team at Warhammer World. I think they did an exceptional job, and yeah, just honestly, it's one of the most entertaining weekends playing Warhammer I've had consistently now. I've done 2 of these. I did the one in 23 and I did the one in 24. They've both been probably 2 of my favorite weekends of playing Warhammer ever. It's really, really good fun. Can't say enough positive things about doubles as a format, Warhammer World as a venue, and Age of Sigmar as a game. Tip top. I loved it. It was fantastic. How about you, mate? What was your overall?
Totally agree with you there in terms of format, Warhammer World, and doubles and AOS. I teamed up with Tim, who I think is Fickle Brush on Instagram, or _Fickle Brush.
Yeah, Fickle Brush,
something like that. Lovely chap. Love teaming up with him. He's always really good. So he had his McGotkin, Nurgle. I had my Nighthorn. I think it took us a while to work out what our synergy was between the 2 armies, because they've got very different playstyles. But I think by the end, or even after like the second game or during the second game, we really kind of got our flow. We won 2, lost 3. The one game we kind of got smashed in, which was our very first game in terms of points. It was okay for the first few turns, and then they just sort of steamrolled us ahead. But the other 2 losses was so close. It was pretty much down to a dice roll. And in fact, one of them, they thought we had won. And then because they had counted up their points and I was counting up my points, and I was like, no, I think you've counted them up wrong. Because it was so close to being a draw or a win to us. And it basically came down to, could we get the grand strategy at the end? And basically I had Right Knorr. He had to literally kill 1 model in combat. And he just failed it because I rolled terribly. But otherwise we would have won it. So yeah, those 2 games that we lost were super close, and actually they were really enjoyable games. Well, in fact, they all were enjoyable. So yeah, great opponents. Good games. Had a lot of fun with it, and I'm, as we've said a few times, intrepid about what AOS 4, assuming that is going to come out next year, what it will be, because I'm sort of just enjoying the game so much at the moment. And much like with 9th edition 40k, I'm like, and I know you didn't agree with this, but I was like, 9th edition 40, it's fine. It's a good system. But the thing that's wrong is the army books. And I feel like potentially there's not a lot of the core rules that really needs to change with AOS. And there's, tweaks and balances within the army books is really what's needed to sort of balance them out or offer different play styles and stuff like that. I like a lot of the stuff that they do. It's good. But it was a good weekend as well. We had a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, totally agree, mate. I think, it was just, good times all round, which is super nice. Outside of that, Dark Angels have a codex now. We'll probably slap a review for that into the next podcast. I managed to get hold of the Deathwing Assault box, so I do have it. Phil doesn't. I imagine he'll hold off till he's actually got till the book is.
Depend. Yeah, I mean, we could do a review once the actual codex comes out, and we can sort of both stew through it properly. It's up to you. We can do it whenever you want. There might be some more interesting stuff to talk about next weekend. Who knows?
Exactly. Who could say for sure when it comes to these things? But yeah, Dark Angels is a thing. Interesting to get my hands on the book and start mucking around with it. Feels like it's a fun army in and of itself. Definitely incredibly eager to see what happens with the points. The points are something that at the moment, if you go by the book at least, they're a little bit more on the expensive side of things. So very keen to see how that nets out. Certainly units like the Deathwing Knights seem very expensive in the Dark Angel book, so hopeful that we see some points reductions there, and they become a more viable option.
Here's a question for you. If you've unlocked the codex in the app, when you build an army, is it using the codex points or is it using the Minotaur and field manual points? I assume it would...
it's still the field manual at the moment.
Oh, even though you've unlocked it. Interesting. So effectively there's two armies out there, depending on if you're going by the codex or... I mean, I guess you always get this problem when the codex comes out. Is the points in there actually at all valid for any period of time? Is it they will be valid once the codex is on general release? And it's just, you've got the limited edition one, so it might be that then they haven't released those points yet.
Yeah, so at this moment in time, the codex isn't on the app. So you just use the field manual.
Oh, so you can unlock the codex in the app, but the app doesn't actually update with the data slates, like the new stuff.
Correct. Yeah. So that's how that works at the minute. So you're basically functioning off of the indexes, basically for now, until they decide. I genuinely think that the codex will only get added when it is released
on general.
The general
I sort of feel like they've done that because they had a lot of issues previous years about our codex is tournament legal when it's only a limited edition one. You could end up fighting someone with a regular old codex versus like the new codex, and I think they made a conscious statement of saying, actually, no, this isn't tournament legal until it's out on general release. So I think that app is just reflecting that. So it does make sense. But I guess if you're playing casual games with your mates, it doesn't matter. Although technically it might mean you've got much more optimized points if you're building an army list in the app, but then using the new codex for the rules, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely, again, it could definitely do with being clearer. But at the moment, it feels like we're just sort of sticking with the indexes for now, which is fair enough, right? Like, just let that carry on. But yeah, Dark Angels seem fun. My intent is to run a Dark Angels army at RFW, but we'll see how I get on with that. Because I'm going for a first company army. I've said this a few times before, but that's the vibe that I'm going for.
Nice.
So
I've still not worked out what I'm going to do, but I assume it's going to have to be guard based on the points.
Well, the only other complexity that I have at the moment is I'm quite taken by Warhammer the Old World at the same time. So I'm spending a lot of time working on Tomb King stuff at the moment.
Oh, yeah, because we bought some bits for Old World when we were up at Warhammer World. It was interesting that they had the Tomb King army boxes there, but not the Bretonians. But all the Bretonian add-ons were gone. No, actually, it was the other way around. All the Tomb King add-ons were pretty much gone. You managed to nab a couple of the last few, but there was a lot more Bretonian add-ons still available. I picked up the Bretonian Almanac just because I liked the... what was it called? One of the sort of thematic armies where you're like I won't say dispossessed Bretonian, where you've sullied yourself and you're no longer a real Bretonian. I think thematically that sounded very good. So I picked it up partly to look at and read. The guy did tell me it was the last ever one. But then I found out a few days later they got more in stock, so he was obviously fibbing to me. And then I picked up a bunch of models for my Thunder Warriors army. I bought the Ashen Circle for their Mark III jump packs. I bought some chain axes as an upgrade kit, and then I had to order Fafnir Ran because again I wanted his backpack and axes, but they didn't have them in stock, so he arrived a couple of days later. So that was my weirdly for the first time in a long time purchasing something from a Warhammer World event, because I don't want to say disillusioned with it, but every time I've gone up there in recent memory, literally like the last 2-3 years, I've kind of gone, I kind of got everything that I need for my armies, whether that's my Minotaurs or my guard. It's like, I'm chock-a-block. I don't need any more. That actually brings me on to a point I want to make about the Warhammer World store. It is, I don't want to say, but it's been a bit depressing. Basically, they've removed all of the display cabinets from the Forge World stuff. At one point, the Forge World stuff a lot of it got moved over to the sort of generic Games Workshop store, and all the cabinets there have pretty much gone. A lot of the army, store armies, or staff armies that were also in cabinets, most of them have gone. And the fun thing about walking around the Forge World store is you literally got to see pretty much every single Forge World model physically in front of you. And you could be like, well, that's cool. I'm going to buy it. And there were some boxes, but most of it was all hidden away. So you just have to go up to a member of staff going, I want this thing. And you'd point at it in the cabinet, and they would go and have a little rummage in a cabinet for you and go like, oh yeah, we got it in stock, or we don't. Now what they've done is they've replaced all of that with shelving with anonymously blank packaging. So and then you're just looking at a tiny label on the shelf to see what the thing is. It's a really unfun shopping experience. And I was trying to look for the Ashen Circle, and the chain axes were in blisters, so that was quite easy to find. But the Ashen Circle were in those standard white mail order boxes, and I literally couldn't find it. I found the Mark V jump packs instead, and I was originally going to buy that until after discussing with the guy, in the staff member, he sort of said, "Oh yeah, but these are a bit like the Ashen Circle ones because they've got Mark III ones," and I was like, that's what I actually wanted. So yeah, I just found trying to buy stuff in the store not as anywhere near as exciting or as interesting as before. And if you're like a little kid or just, someone our age wanting to look around and see stuff before you buy it, it's kind of a disappointing experience now. It's just blank boxes everywhere.
Yeah, the Warhammer World store definitely has declined in quality. Certainly the Forge World store.
Yeah.
Intriguingly, there was a guy who used to manage the Salisbury store, I want to say, who was the first manager of the Forge World store in Warhammer World. So before Forge World didn't have its own dedicated retail space. And I think the old Salisbury store manager, I think his name was Ash or something along those lines, I forget now, he, I believe, was like instrumental in doing all the was there when they decided to do all the cabinets with all of the miniatures, because that was the thing before with Forge World. You go around, every miniature that was for sale was it on display with the right terminology next to it. It was so inspiring, so exciting. But yeah, they've just removed all those cabinets now, haven't they? They're all gone. They moved the till up to the other end. And yeah, like you say, like every box is just a black box with you have to pick it up and be like, right, what's the label say? And it's just, it's weird. I mean, Games Workshop packaging, Warhammer packaging in the general sense is pretty underwhelming now as well, though, because they've kind of done that across the board. So when you go to like independent stockists who kind of store the stock like flat on top of each other, that also creates the same problem where you're just looking at like the spine and it's just got like Warhammer and it's like the name of it, but you can't actually see much of it. It's just really interesting. It's interesting that, the Warhammer World store in particular used to feel like this really awesome kind of celebration of the product. I mean, you still get to see the cabinets with the heavy metal painted new releases. They're beautiful, right? So like the Tomb King army they had on display was gorgeous. The Bretonian army they had on display was gorgeous. The Deathwing box set they had on display was gorgeous. But yeah, something has shifted with the way that they operate that sort of store. But maybe they were just getting to a point where they were like, we just don't have capacity, or there's not the people who want to
if they're trying
build all this stuff.
if they're trying to have a display cabinet for every single miniature and ultimately the Horus Heresy line, I guess in part it's because it's mostly moved to plastic. So it's like they don't need to display that anymore. And I think a lot of the resin was looking aged because I think it's been there for so long it was starting to like yellow and stuff. Maybe they've gone, oh, this isn't a good look or something. And, I think like the Titans, basically the only ones that still get displayed, now basically. But yeah, there's just something a bit sad about it. And they've just replaced that space for shelving space. Whereas before you had the cabinets and below, the display cabinets, there was like a little cupboard and that's where the stock was. So it's like, yes, there's more physical stock on site, I guess now, but it's a lot harder to work out what that stock is. And that's the poor selling experience I at least experienced when I was there. The old world stuff, less of an issue because it's got lovely box art and stuff. It's just effectively the mail order stuff. And even the regular Games Workshop stuff has that problem. If it's online only, it just doesn't have nice packaging. And I feel like they even need to print out and stick labels either physically on the box with a pretty picture on it, or they at least need that on the shelf. So obviously you got like the name of the product and the price and stuff on the little shelf slip. And that needs like an image or something so you can at least know roughly what you're trying to look for. Otherwise you're basically are just asking a member of staff for help to be like, oh, I can't find this thing, which, it's an odd priority that they've done, I found, because it's like... That
being said, though, credit to the staff. They're always exceptional.
Oh, my God.
In that
they were super helpful. I had to ask them twice. So firstly, when I was buying the Ashen Circle, I was like, I'm trying to find this thing. They were really helpful. And then later, I was trying to find Fafnir around. And I was like, I can't find him. And the lady there was really helpful. She had a look and she was like, oh, I should be in the Imperial Fist section. And I was like, oh, okay, because it's, plastic, I would have thought it'd be in this section because that's where all the other black boxes are with the artwork. And she's like, oh, no, it would be over here. But then it wasn't. So she's like, okay, let's order it for you. And that's like, brilliant. So yeah, staff are fantastic. They always are. Can't praise them enough. But yeah, just the layout of it's all changed now. And I don't like change.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I will say this as well, actually. One of the things that was really lovely about one of the things that consistently find interesting about the Warhammer World staff as well is they're very in tune with their consumers. And it feels like more so than in other instances, it feels like, certainly I noticed it there that weekend, was you could have more like honest conversations with them about things that were going on in games and other stuff. And they were much more... I don't know. It just felt it just felt a lot more aligned. Like you were talking to them, and they kind of, I don't know. They were just more open to the reality of it. Whereas sometimes you find with like GW staff members, they're kind of taught to say that everything is great all of the time. Whereas a lot of the guys that guys and girls that we were talking to were, perfectly happy to say. Voice their criticisms of things as well, which was kind of funny. But no, man, again, the Warhammer World stuff are great. The shopping experience, I genuinely, from a kind of, sort of, what's the words I'm looking for here? From a kind of fixtures and fitting perspective, I suppose, it used to be better, but it's still great. It's still a really good experience, but it's the staff that make it that, and God bless them. They do an excellent job in that regard. But that overall trip was it was a good time, man. And again, I'm ambitious and excited for this year in Warhammer. Old World's got me really excited. I genuinely, I was saying earlier when we were talking about Warhammer 40,000 how underwhelming it is to build lists in Warhammer 40,000 at the moment. Old World is a stupendous game to dive into and muck around with lists and, tweak the points and think about all the mad magical weapons that you can add. It's a really fun system to really dive into and start to kind of like, look at the little details. And the thing is with it is once you pick what you're putting on stuff, it's not like a lot of stuff to remember, because like most of the time you're probably only going to take like, I mean, sure, you're probably going to take a couple magic standards, and you're probably going to take a couple, enchantments and items for things, but you're probably going to add like one per a few units. And, once you layered those in and you know what they are, yeah, it's pretty good. I've genuinely really enjoying building lists in Old World at the moment. That's been a really fun and rewarding process. Really, keen to start playing it. But I'm a good. It's going to take me It's going to take me like a full month to get the Tomb Kings assembled. Painted is another story. Although I've got a number of techniques that I think I'm going to utilize just to get it done super quick. Because for God's sakes, they're old skeletons from 100 years ago. They don't need to be painted to like crazy levels because they're crazy old minis. But I'm looking at them. I've got a few things that I think could help me churn through the massive miniatures that I've got for this army.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see. When you're ready, I'll dust out my dwarves or lizard men from the loft and see what lists I can make. I've yet to get list building. I'm still waiting, ideally, on a physical copy of the core rules, which I've still not yet got, which would be nice to have.
Yeah, no, for sure. Anyway, that'll probably do for this week's episode. Look out to Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Unless, of course, you've got anything else you wanted to talk about, dear old Phil.
Oh, I want to cram in one good
Please, cram away.
Good thing. An update to the Warhammer 40k app that is genuinely really good. So they've added to the command bunker. Have you seen this? Have you used it? I've used it.
I've not used the command bunker.
So as part of Battle Force, which is the roster list building, you build your list, and then there's a little sort of skeleton tower symbol in the top right hand corner. You click that, and it basically gives you all your data sheets in one place that you can quickly access. And it gives you, when you click on them, the data sheets with the profiles that you've selected. So if you've given them a particular weapon option, those are the weapons you see. It's not like before where you've got to click on the unit, then you've got to go show me the data sheet, and then you've got to like open up every single accordion, and it's got all the weapon profiles in there. So now you just click on it, the ranged weapons and melee, all the accordions are open already. So it's a lot much more easier to navigate. And then at the bottom of the command bunker is all your enhancements, all your stratagems, your detachment rules, your army rules. Basically, it's a one-stop shop for quickly checking the rules as you're playing. And I find that it's fantastic. It's brilliant. It's sort of like the thing that we've asked for. And then the other thing they've added on is like a sort of favorites option in the references section, which I've not used yet, but I think it's kind of cool that they've done that as well. So yeah, really positive. I think I'll probably use this a lot more now, I think. Because I found full gaming, it was a bit tiresome having to like tap on your roster and going in and out of everything and opening and closing stuff. So it will hopefully speed up the game a lot more. And actually, because normally I praise the AOS app for being fantastic, this command bunker thing is one thing that AOS could really do with, because that has a little bit too much of clunky going in and out of stuff and not just showing it all in one place like this would. So if they can port this concept over to AOS, that'd be phenomenal. Maybe we'll get that for LS4, assuming that's coming out next year. But yeah, really positive. I just wanted to mention it because it came out a few weeks ago. Been using it a bit, and I'm really enjoying it.
Amazing, man. That's really good to hear. I mean, again, obviously we've been very critical of the app in the past, so the fact that they are doing things that are worthy of praise should not go unnoticed, I suppose, because Lord knows we've given them a hard enough time for the stuff that they've been doing wrong. So
yeah, it's true. And it's good to see that they're actually developing the app and that they're not just sort of resting on their laurels and going, well, here's the app and this is what it is and it's not ever changing. And the fact that they're doing this is a potentially positive sign that we might see even more improvements. Although I think these are quite big ones that is enough to keep most people happy, I think.
Yeah, no, agreed. I did actually just randomly occur to me to one other thing as well. question: the Terminator Captain miniature.
That's still not come out yet.
Yeah, do you think they've genuinely forgotten about it now?
No. It's an odd one. I assume they're going to tie it to another Space Marine release at some other point now, maybe.
They could do it with the actual full release of like the Dark Angels, right? They could be like,
that would make sense because it's a Terminator, so they might throw it in there. I think a lot of things have slipped through the cracks in terms of release dates. You know, the Legion's Imperialis campaign book was due out in January, and then they've announced it's coming out later in the year. And I think, with models, it's so hit and miss. And I thought that's like one of my sort of shopping frustrations with Games Workshop is you quite often go, cool, I want to buy this model for my army, only for it to be out of stock. And you're like, okay, cool. What do I do? Like at the moment, I'm trying to buy some 60mm bases from Games Workshop, and I'm like, they're just out of stock. How long am I going to be waiting to get those? And I kind of want them soonish for a project I'm working on. Potentially, I've actually got some money to have a little rummage through my box of bases to see if I can find them. But yeah,
I've probably got some, mate. If you're at a loose end,
I appreciate that. It's a bit of a weird one where you're like, I want to do stuff with my army, but stuff is just mysteriously out of stock and often for a long time. Like we were saying with terrain earlier, like terrain's just almost like once it's gone sort of thing. So hopefully that will get fixed at some point. These like stock and supply chain issues, and so which also goes on to another point. If you notice that pre-order window is now not 1 week but 2 weeks, and that's like standard now.
Doesn't seem to. I mean, again, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because like it just doesn't seem to. It doesn't change anything, though, does it? Because it's not like. It's not like it's it's either something that sells out like that, which basically is any 40k thing that the scalpers are going to take, or anything else that isn't. Well, basically, it seems like at the moment, if it's an AOS thing, so like they did the AOS pre-orders for Flesh Eater Courts last weekend.
Yeah,
no queue, no one cared, right? Like it didn't sell out. You could buy the collector's edition of that book for like 2 or 3 days, and I mean you can probably still get it now, probably. And that's the thing, like with AOS, because obviously it's a much less popular game. We should probably stop talking about it because people will probably be annoyed by it now. But the point is like with like the AOS stuff, it's sort of like fair enough to do it 2 weeks, I guess, because you can drive more kind of like awareness of it and do more promotion of it. But like with the 40k stuff, you may as well just. I mean,
as you say, it doesn't make a difference to the stock availability. It's not actually a benefit to the consumer whatsoever because it's just effectively delaying you from getting it for a week. Potentially, I speculate that it's more to do with international shipping and that like the Suez Canal's closed, right? So everything's got to go around Africa, which takes another like week or thereabouts. So I assume it's more for that and, trying to maintain their release schedule without there being too many issues in terms of delays. It's got nothing to do with, we've got an extra week so we can make more stock based on the number of orders we get in, which is how a pre-order should work. But that's not what a Games Workshop pre-order is, because everything is made, packaged and shipped off to the relevant countries months in advance, or, it's shipped off months in advance and it takes months to get there. So yeah, the concept of a pre-order is a bit of a fallacy when it comes to Games Workshop, because you can't secure a copy. Like if it was all effectively made to order, pre-orders, obviously that takes a lot longer, but at least you get guarantee you get an order. It won't just sell out. It can't be scalped. And potentially that would be a good way of, an interesting way they could shift stuff. But would people care as much if they knew, okay, Dan, you can buy that Deathwing box, guaranteed a copy, but you're going to have to wait up to 6 months to get it. Would you then be like, nah, I'll just wait till it's on general release? And that's the thing. It's the immediacy, the FOMO that gets you, I think, into the selling mindset. So I don't think they ever would do that, even though it would be potentially beneficial for a lot of releases, because it feels like, the limited edition releases just for 40k just sell out like hotcakes.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because the scalper community has just figured out that 40k sells and they buy it because they can flip it for more money. Which is interesting because one of the things with my Dark Angel box set is because I'm doing that Unnumbered Suns color scheme, and I don't really need all of the Dark Angel bits from the sprues.
Like the upgrade sprues and stuff.
Yeah, so they give you 2 of these sprues. I'm holding up the sprues to fill that people can't see. They give you 2 of them, and I'm like, probably should just sell this on the internet. But then I almost feel like I don't want to seem like I'm one of those people that's just trying to gouge people and all the rest of it. So I was like thinking, maybe I'll just put it up on a penny auction and see what got out of it. Or what I could do is just be like, anyone out there want a Dark Angels upgrade sprue, because I don't need it. So yeah, there you go. I've just said it. Maybe someone will say something. I'll see what happens. If someone messages me and says, hey, I'm in the market for a Dark Angel upgrade sprue, I'll offer you this for it. Because I wouldn't mind some money for it, but I don't want to try and get like £600 for it or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I know.
Yeah, like a reasonable, realistic amount of money for it.
Only £300.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I'll take 200. 200 is fine. But anyway, there you go. Fun times. But yeah, it's interesting. It's just interesting because I really want to buy that Terminator Captain, and they just don't release it, and it's like, come on, guys, like,
true.
Please, can I have my
here's the
Captain?
thing. Which Terminator Captain is going to come out first? The new one that's the sort of multi-part kit, or the original Leviathan one in, I can't remember what it's called, but basically the new Imperium magazine. Oh wait, no, it's called Combat Patrol. That's it. That's issue 1, I believe, is the Terminator Captain, and I think the Winged Tyrant, or the Tyrannid's Prime thing. I definitely want to get that issue, because as much as I don't really need the Terminator Captain, it'll be like £3 or £4. Why not for that price? And personally, I think that's a better sculpt. So it'll be interesting to see which one comes out first at this rate.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Yeah. I mean, I haven't got either. So, it'd be good to get the Leviathan one as well. Which is interesting as well, because the Leviathan one is on a 50mm base, whereas other Terminator Captains are on 40mm bases. But then Belial's on a 50mm base. So I was like, okay, maybe Terminator Captains are supposed to be on 50mm bases now.
Maybe
but then
now.
most aren't. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, look, there you go. Warhammer, innit? Fun. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
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 Bye-bye. Bye.
You could think that, call it a treasure. I will make